Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Welcome to Millbrae City Council regular meeting on February the 13th, 2024. Happy New Year, everybody. It's good to see everybody here. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 7 p.m. Roll call, please. City Clerk.
Councilmember Snyder.
Present.
Councilmember Pappen.
Here.
Councilmember Cahalan.
Here.
Vice Mayor Goodman.
Here.
Mayor Fung.
Here.
All members of the City Council are present.
And for those who are able, please join us and rise to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Vice Mayor, would you like to read the land acknowledgement?
Yes, thank you. The Millbrae City Council acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral, traditional, and contemporary homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We wish to pay our respects to the ancestors and relatives of the Ramaytush community and to affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples. We recognize that the Ramaytush Ohlone have lived in harmony with nature for millennia, and that to achieve a truly ecological, sustainable future for Millbrae, we must embrace indigenous traditional ecological knowledge in how we care for the city's lands, waters, and all its people. We will continue to uplift and foster a meaningful relationship with the Ramaytush Ohlone community, and we encourage all to visit www.ramaytush.org to learn more about the Ramaytush Ohlone people.
Thank you so much. And the first item is ceremonial, which we don't have any on the agenda today. And the second item is agenda overview and a staff briefing. Mr. City Manager, Tom Williams.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening to you. Good evening, City Council members. Tom Williams, City Manager. As we get started, I've got a little PowerPoint presentation to share with the City Council and the community, what's been happening. But first and foremost, I would like to congratulate the Mills High School girls basketball team for winning the Bay Division Championship last Friday night. So they won the title outright. They beat Menlo Atherton High School 46-40. Very proud of our Mills High School girls basketball team for sure, winning that title. And I don't know how many of you knew Coach Dave Matsu. Just a wonderful human being, just a great coach for years at Mills High School. And so the team dedicated this win to Coach Matsu, who passed away last October of a stroke. So a great season for the team, and we congratulate them on a great title this year. So real quick, storm recap. I've got some photos here to share with the council on everything that we've been up to. This is along El Camino Real, our palm trees, even though we do maintain those high winds. We had high winds of 83 miles an hour and sustained winds, around 30, 35 miles an hour in the storm. And so this is just some of the debris that our great public works crew were out cleaning up. Next slide. We can go through these pretty fast, but it just give you kind of an idea of everything that's happening. This is on Millbrae Avenue. We did have one tree fall down into the road. Thank goodness there was no property damage, car damage or property damage during the storm. And again, I say it a lot, our public works team and public works crews have just done an amazing job over the last couple of years in storm preparation and providing service to protect both property and life. Next slide. So fitness court along the spur trail, we all know the amount of trees along the fitness court and spur trail. So this is just some of the debris and those high winds, but our crews were out there, very good response time to get things picked up. Next slide. And Minorca Way, this is another tree that fell into the public street on Minorca Way. This is just north of Millbrae Avenue. That section, our crews were out there to immediately take care of that situation. This just goes to show you this was throughout the city. It wasn't an isolated area. Next slide. And Meadows Park, this is actually the one property down. We had a tree fall down in the park on a fence. So we've worked with the property owner and have made those repairs. Next slide. But thank goodness nobody was hurt. In the Bayside Manor neighborhood, this just gives you an idea of the storm drain situation that our crews are out there clearing in preparation of the storm. On the bottom left, there's cardboard over a storm drain. Just right next to that, you can see the leaf and debris on the storm drain. That this is the type of maintenance. This is the things that our crews are out in preparation and before the storm hits. On the top right, again, you can see all the debris, from wind and just the piling of debris in that storm drain in the bottom right. It shows you that it's clean, and when things are clean and maintained, our storm system does hold up in some of the most some of the heaviest rains that we've seen last year and this year. So next slide. Just like I said, a great job by all the public works crews. We have a video on the Fix It Clinic. Tremendous success. There was over, I think, 130 people. And here's just a quick video that our PIO, Justine Bleeker, put together to share with you. So we'd really like to thank the library, and we had over 20 coaches and technicians there from bicycle repair, floor heater repair, computer repair, even sewing machines and lamps and lights. So it was a great event. So we appreciate the partnership with the library. Also, next slide, our age-friendly community survey is out. This ends next week, so if anybody's interested in taking the survey, you can access that on our website or go to the website on the bottom there, bit.ly/age-friendly Millbrae. So we're looking for just a great turnout for the needs of our senior population on that age-friendly survey. Citizen Academy. Unfortunately, we only had 7 people sign up for the Citizens Academy. We're going to postpone it to the fall, continue to get the word out, and we'd like an enrollment of at least 12 people, to hold the Citizens Academy. So we'll continue with the outreach, see what interest, and try to recruit, about 5 more people to get a good class size with a minimum of 12. Also, next slide. Just wanted to remind everybody to stay connected with the city. We've got great resources on our Millbrae newsletter that we send out bi-weekly. If you haven't signed up on our listserv, you can go to our website and sign up. Also, Millbrae Works, our See-Click-Fix applications, really generating a lot of participation by our community members. And again, graffiti, potholes, anything that's damaged within, the city right of way, lights out, anything, please use See-Click-Fix to send in a request. We generate a work order, we fix it, and then we email back the person that reported the deficiency. So again, stay connected with our newsletter and sign up for our See-Click Fix system and process there. Okay, next slide. And then we have a couple of upcoming events. I'd like to say Happy Lunar New Year to everyone. This past weekend started Lunar New Year. This weekend, we have the Saturday from 10 to, I think it's 7 o'clock. We have our Lunar New Year Festival. We close 3 blocks of downtown. I think most people have been there. Food booths, entertainment. It's just a terrific day to celebrate the community and the Lunar New Year. Lion dances, firecrackers at 11:30 and 3:30. Chinese big drums at 10:30 a.m. And then throughout the day, we have cultural dances from various schools and organizations. And then February 29th yes, that's a Thursday, February 29th, the city has a table. This is hosted by Millbrae Rotary Club for the annual Lunar New Year banquet. So if you haven't signed up as an individual or people out there in the community that want to celebrate the Lunar New Year, this is a wonderful event, entertainment, lion dancing, and great food from Yan Peninsula, our local restaurant here. So Mayor, and Council, that kind of concludes an update and everything that's happening in Millbrae.
Thank you so much. Is there any report out on January 23rd closed sessions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Those 2 meetings were, one was conference with legal counsel on existing litigation, Millbrae versus California High-Speed Rail, and the second was Millbrae versus County of San Mateo, and there's no reportable action.
Thank you, City Manager. Anyone have any comments for the City Manager? I just want to take a moment and thank our DPW staff for the storm. All of you keeping our city safe and keeping our city function and keeping our storm drain working and the street dry. While the public do expect, our city to function at all times, it doesn't just work on its own without the dedicated work of every one of our crew members and our staff and everyone in DPW. So kudos to every one of our members and how dedicated they are, especially during these extreme weather events, which is not easy to do. So, thank you so very much for everyone who works so hard in keeping our city safe and keeping our city function. I can't thank you all enough. Okay. With that, next item, approval of the minutes. We have a regular meeting minutes on October 10th, 23, regular meeting minutes on October 24th, and 2023, and also a special meeting minutes on November 14, 2024. Any council comments?
Motion to approve the 3 sets of minutes.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilwoman Schneider and also second from Vice Mayor. Any comments? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Fung?
Aye.
The 3 set of minutes are approved as presented by a vote of 5-0.
Item number 4, oral report from city committees and commission. We don't have anything tonight. And that move on to public communication. This is reserved for persons wishing to comment on any item not appearing on tonight's agenda, but must address matters within the subject jurisdictions of our city. Public comment are limited to no more than 30 minutes total, and each speaker usually is given no more than 3 minutes. And we also welcome and encourage public communication. The views and information presented by the speaker are not necessarily the views of the council or the members of the public in Millbrae. So tonight, we have 4 speaker slips, and then I'm calling this in the order at which we receive it. The first person is Jamal Shamaya. Please join us at the podium.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jamal Shamia. I am proud to call Millbrae my home. Over the years, I have dedicated myself to this community, raising my children and cherishing the bonds we've built through the Millbrae school system, like Green Hills, Taylor, Mills, Cappuccino. Our city has always thrived on its vibrant community spirit, robust sports programs, and generous philanthropic efforts. However, recently, events have left me feeling a deep sense of concern. I am in deep pain as we witness the unfolding tragedy in Gaza. My heart weighs heavy with worry for my wife's cousins and the countless others whose lives are at risk. It's disheartening to see our city leaders remain silent during this difficult time. I believe it is essential for us to come together in solidarity and support, acknowledging the pain and suffering experienced by so many. I urge our city leaders to recognize the urgency of the situation and stand with us in advocating for peace and justice by introducing and passing a resolution for an immediate ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next person is Ghassan Shamaim.
Mayor Fong, Vice Mayor Goodman, and esteemed members of the City Council, my name is Ghassan Shamia, and I stand before you tonight not just as a resident of Millbrae, but as a voice that's been woven into the very fabric of this community. Born and raised within the boundaries of District 1, the city has seen me grow from a child playing in its parks to a parent now raising my own family within the very same walls of the home that once housed my dreams as a child. Tonight, I speak not only from personal history, but from a shared pulse echoing through our neighborhoods. The citizens of Millbrae have raised their voices on the matter of a ceasefire resolution. A number of constituents have met with various members of this respected council, expressing the collective call that reflects the hopes, concerns, and aspirations of the people you represent. As elected officials, you hold a sacred responsibility to not just be policymakers, but amplifiers of the community's will. When citizens rise in unison, their voices deserve not just to be heard, but to be heeded. I urge you, esteemed council members, to do more than simply acknowledge the call. Carry it forward. Champion the resolution that the community is asking for. Be the torchbearers guiding this issue towards a solution that reflects the desires of the very people you represent. The very people who place their trust in all of you. Remember, you're not just individuals on a dais, you're the embodiment of our collective voice. And that voice, when united, carries a power that simply cannot be ignored. Let us harness that power together for the betterment of Millbrae, for the betterment of our children, and for the legacy that we all leave behind. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, Mr. Stephen Rinaldi.
Good evening, Millbrae residents and City Council of Millbrae. Thanks for having me tonight. And I wanted to discuss something that's been weighing on me quite a bit, and it's the way we do elections in Millbrae. I feel that district elections are very unfair, and I feel that it limits the talented pool of members that could be serving on this council and be instrumental to this town and its development. I also feel at the very least you folks should explore a at-large election for the mayor. I don't believe that we should limit the pool to qualified candidates to someone that gets in at the district level. It sets up unfair advantages such as limiting the pool and allowing some people to run unopposed on the ballot. So I strongly encourage you, right now with all the chaos that's gone on in Millbrae in the last year, starting off the new year, look at large elections and seriously consider it, because a mayor serves all of Millbrae, not just a specific district. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, Mr. Ken Smith.
having me. Thank you for doing such hard work. I know it's a lot of time and energy that you guys put into our community. We truly appreciate it. My message is very simple. I would like you guys to explore the ideas of mayor at large voting. That's what I would like. Very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next speaker, Mr. Ron Raquel.
Good evening, City Council. I just want to bring to your attention, with all the progress that we're doing on Millbrae Avenue on the east side, I hope that the city is seriously looking into improving the egress in the east-west direction there. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence can see that it's going to be a pretty quagmire once everything gets running and going. You have already Millbrae Avenue, I believe, has an F- rating. I don't know how much lower you can go. Once that gets going, it's going to be like a Bay Bridge backup. I know progress is good, but the quality of the citizens is going to be affected. You have traffic coming from 101. That's basically the main artery for Millbrae Avenue. Other cities have two arteries. Burlingame, I believe, has one, and they're thinking of revamping Burlingame Avenue there. I strongly urge you guys to consider it because once this gets going, it's going to be pretty pathetic, and also it's pretty uninspiring right now just to get across Millbrae Avenue, especially coming home, with people coming home in the night, and you cannot get people out of their cars. There will be people taking public transit, but you can't get people out of their cars. And I just hope you guys will be addressing that in the near future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Raquel. City Clerk, would you please help call the online speaker?
Certainly, Mayor. The first speaker is Lana Levinson. Please go ahead and accept the unmute.
Hello. Okay. Hi, Honorable Millbrae City Council members. I am a member of Bay Cats, a Bay Area youth organization focused on climate action who is passionate about creating awareness and change about important environmental issues. One of these issues is plastic pollution, which not only affects the environment, but also affects ourselves. As you know, plastic on the earth makes it virtually impossible to escape as it appears in our food, water supplies, and our own bodies. It is imperative that we limit our consumption of plastic, in turn limiting our exposure to these materials. As I introduced to the City Council earlier this year, one of the most important steps we can take towards reducing the harms of plastic is to reduce the usage of single-use disposable foodware in restaurants. I urge you to take action against plastic pollution by agendizing new reusable ordinance, which will encourage restaurants to move towards the full usage of reusable foodware for dining in and provide clearer language for them to follow. There is an existing San Mateo County ordinance, but the new one I'm proposing differs in that the county ordinance makes no mention of reusables other than recommending it. This one focuses on reusables. Although we do have compostables and other sustainable options, reusable foodware is a way that we can ensure that no unwanted materials are being produced or consumed. This is an effective method in reducing the plastic waste that pollutes our communities, as proven by restaurants that have already made the switch across cities like Half Moon Bay, Pacifica, and Oakland. Jersey Joe's in Half Moon Bay released a case study showing that by switching to dine-in reusables, they will save $5,588 in total annual net cost savings after a 6-month payback period and stop 193,553 disposable items from being used per year. We know that enforcement is also a large concern, so we are planning to get support from San Mateo County and pushing for a change on the county level. And we hope that this will push cities to align with these requirements and make it a smoother process overall. In the meantime, by agendizing this ordinance, Millbrae can ensure a cleaner, safer environment for the city. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to my request.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston.
All right, the next speaker is Amanda. And Amanda, if you could state your full name for the record, please.
Oh, yeah. I'm Amanda Yu. Okay. Hello and thank you, Honorary Millbrae City Council members. My name is Amanda, and I'm currently a part of ACKNOWLEDGEMENT, a youth climate action team. Every year, over 380 million tons of single-use plastic is produced around the world. This amount of plastic results in environmental degradation across our communities. There are over 100 dangerous chemicals in the air pollution from plastic production, which exposes us to cancers and diseases. One huge step that we can take towards reducing the usage of single-use plastics is to make a shift towards reusable foodware. This would look like when sitting down at a restaurant to eat your meal without single-use disposable foodware. That means no paper or plastic clamshells, single-use cups and cutlery, or single serving size condiments. Instead, that would look like eating off of real plates and bowls and drinking from real cups. A policy that mandates reusable foodware would reduce waste and save restaurants money. It would, 1, save the city money with respect to cleaning up streets, litter, and stormwater trash. 2, save businesses money from reduced waste and litter cleanup costs, as well as less money spent on purchasing disposable foodware. And 3, reduce the environmental impact of packaging waste. Reusable foodware for on-site dining is not only better for the planet, but it's also an economic win for food businesses. After analysis, it was concluded that the 92 restaurants in Pacifica would average $4,700 savings per restaurant, for a total of $240,000 of savings for the entire restaurant industry each year. These two combined policies demonstrate an estimated total annual cost savings of $163,000 to the restaurant sector in Pacifica, which was a city that adopted an ordinance like this. Millbrae has been on the forefront of championing climate-friendly policies. Thus, I urge you to follow in cities like Pacifica and Half Moon Bay's footsteps and adopt their policies, which would require reusable foodware for on-site dining and provide important clarity to restaurants and implementation. Agendizing this ordinance would be a great step towards eliminating single-use plastics and transitioning to reusables.
Thank you, Amanda.
All right, the next speaker is Griffin Lee. And Griffin Lee, please go ahead and accept the unmute.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. Hello and thank you, Honorary Millbrae City Council members. My name is Griffin, and I'm currently a part of YCATS, a youth climate action team, and a sophomore who is concerned with the current state of the environment. All around us, single-use plastic food items are used and thrown away, whether it be plastic cups, utensils, plates, takeout boxes, etc. There's a never-ending list of plastic items used. In fact, every year, almost 419 million tons are produced around the globe. To put that number into perspective, from the time plastic was beginning to be produced in mass quantities, which was around the 1950s, there have been 9.1 billion tons produced. To put the weight of plastic produced in a year into perspective, it is around the same weight as the entire weight of humanity. This amount of plastic is an environmental catastrophe and has an unimaginable detrimental effect to our planet and everything on it, including us, the producers. According to the Columbia Climate School, there are currently 75 to 199 million tons of plastic polluting our oceans. This plastic is toxic to marine wildlife, leading to suffocation, starvation, and drowning. According to UNESCO, there are over 1 million marine animals killed per year. As for humans, the toxic chemicals in plastic lead to infertility, obesity, diabetes, prostate or breast cancer, and cognitive impairment, to name a few. On the other hand, reusable foodware is environmentally friendly and economically viable. Analysis showed that Pacifica could have saved $4,700 per restaurant for a total of $430,000. Therefore, I urge you to agendize the reusables ordinance that would encourage restaurants to adopt reusables. The ordinance would include exceptions in order to be business friendly. Thank you for listening to my comment and for considering supporting reusables.
Thank you, Griffin. I think that's the end of all the public speaker today. Is that correct, Ms.?
That's correct. There's no other
Trey?
hands raised online.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, just a question on point of order. I could report out under council comments at the end of the meeting, but is it possible, city manager or city attorney, that I could give a brief update of this issue that the young people have brought so that they can go back? Can't bring it.
It's not, yeah.
I can't
Sorry,
pull my
Councilman
council
Mayor.
comments to the earlier
Mayor,
part.
it's not on the agenda, so.
So these items are not on the agenda
Okay.
for the night, so it's not up for an action.
All right, I'll bring it up during council comments
Yes.
at the end, but they hopefully will be in bed by then.
Well,
Thank you.
Of course. All right, so.
we should discuss council comments also and what that is used for.
Yeah, so-
When we get there, we'll get there.
Yeah, when we get there, we'll get there. You know, council comment, certainly if you want to provide an update, we're more than happy to listen. But, public comment is not something that we're going to discuss in this meeting. Okay. Next item, consent calendar. Item number 5, 6, and 7. Number 5, waive the second reading and adopt ordinance amending the restating Chapter 604 of Title 6 of the Millbrae Municipal Code regarding animal control. Item 6, approved by a motion. A request from the Rotary Club of Millbrae for food use at Central Park and fee waiver for the Spring Festival on March 30th, 2024. Item 7, adoption of a resolution authorizing city manager to cast a ballot on the fire suppression assessment ballot on behalf of the city. Anyone want to pull any item? Any comments from anyone? Any motions?
So moved.
Have a
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Cahalan and a second from Councilmember Schneider. Any final comments? Roll call, please.
No polling comments. So Councilmember Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Fung?
Aye.
The consent calendar passed by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you so much. And next item is public hearing. We're opening up public hearing. We don't have any public hearing today. So next thing is existing business, which is to review the Millbrae parking study. And city manager, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce Mr. Sam Batista, our Director of Engineering and Public Works, for the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Sam Bautista, Director of Public Works. As you know, the city started this effort back in March of 2003, and it was, we listened to City Council and their concerns regarding the parking issues around the downtown area. And so the city executed an agreement with Kimley Horn to conduct the Millbrae Parking Management Plan. So tonight we do have Mr. Mike Iswalt from Kimley Horn to discuss the parking management plan, and he will present to you the existing conditions of our downtown areas and areas for parking, the occupancy rates, the outreach that was conducted in order to start this effort, and also the different types of parking strategies, long-term and short-term strategies for parking in the downtown area. And then at the end of the presentation, he will pose questions for discussion to the council regarding what the parking plan is going to be, and then we would incorporate your comments and public comments into the final report. So with that, I will have Mike as well come to the podium and give you his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Good evening, Mayor Fung and members of the City Council. My name is Mike Iswalt. I am a transportation planner with Kimley Horn. And what's before you tonight here is a brief summary of the work that we have been doing with Sam and other members of the staff on a downtown parking study. So next slide, please. So when we started this effort, we first wanted to make sure that we were capturing the goals and objectives of what the city is looking for with regard to the study. So we can really boil this down to really two main elements. So the parking study is looking at developing short and long range strategies to manage on and off street public parking availability within the city. And then number two is really to look at different ways of generating revenue streams to support future parking programs within the city, parking facilities such as structures, as well as other downtown initiatives like the city's Community Benefits District, Business Improvement District that is also currently being studied. So with those two broad objectives, next slide, please. We last May, we did a very extensive parking data collection effort. This first looked at basically developing a parking inventory. So all of the blocks that you see shaded here on this map, these were the block faces that we went out and we identified all of the available parking spaces. So this is looking at within the downtown commercial district, identifying all of the parking regulations, so the time regulations that are out there now. We went into the residential neighborhoods and identified all of the block faces that currently have residential parking permits, and then other block faces that currently don't have any regulation. So what you see up here in orange are all of those commercial frontage spaces. So these, all of the spaces on these blocks have some time limit. Everything in the dark purple are the residential blocks that have permits, and then everything in the light purple are no current permit regulations. We also counted the publicly controlled owned parking lots along Broadway and Magnolia, and pulled all that information together to understand all of the inventory in the area. Next slide. So then with that, we then did extensive counts of the parking occupancy on every block face. So we did the inventory first. We then went out and collected in the residential areas what we call parking sweeps. So this is going block by block 4 times a day to count the number of cars that are parked on every block. And then in the commercial areas, we actually did this on an hourly basis. And the reason for that was to understand the parking turnover per block. So that's the number of times that, or the number of parked cars per day that occupy each space. So a high turnover space could be 7 or 8 parked cars a day in a space and we were also able to get the duration of the parking as well. So we did that in the commercial area so that we could really understand block by block. It varies quite a bit, but we kind of get a sense of the intensity of the activity on each of those blocks. And the figure on the right, what we did is we actually collected a weekday and a weekend for those 4 times in the residential areas and then the hourly in the commercial areas. And what you see on the right is the combined occupancy of all of those different data collection periods. So we collected a Thursday and we collected a Saturday. So of course, Saturdays you have a lot of occupancy in downtown with the farmers market in the morning. And so we wanted to make sure that we reflected in this analysis that variability between weekdays and weekends across the hours of the day. So on the right-hand side, this is a figure. We were able to combine all of that information. In the actual report that we're putting together, you'll be able to break out individual hours by individual days. But here, we're combining all of that information so that you get a sense of where the greatest intensity of parking currently is in the city. These are all places that I'm sure everybody here in the room knows quite well in terms of trying to find parking. Blocks of Broadway, some blocks of Magnolia, some of the diagonal parking in the sort of service roads that run parallel to El Camino. There's pockets of some high utilization in some of the residential neighborhoods, particularly near some of the multifamily housing that doesn't have enough off-street parking. And so we're able to sort of capture in that figure on the right with one snapshot how the parking demand kind of varies across the city. Next slide. A lot of data on here. This is just to show how we broke this down by those commercial blocks and the residential blocks by all of the different time limits. So in our study, we actually looked at over 1,000 spaces in the commercial areas, over 2,000 spaces in the residential areas, and roughly 400 spaces in the off-street lots. So this is a total of over 3,500 parking spaces. We inventoried, studied, and analyzed as part of this study. The occupancy varies quite a bit. What's the table on the bottom there is actually this is the percentage of spaces that are occupied. This is a very high level number here. These numbers kind of in the 50 to 60% ranges, that's just of all the total spaces. In that previous figure I showed where there was variability by blocks, some blocks have utilization upwards of 100% for some of the periods. So that's the kind of information that we're really curious where that intensity is located. We're interested in what are the land uses. We're interested in how do businesses, where do employees park? How far do shoppers have to park to then be able to access some of these uses? So the table in the bottom is more of a macro measure, whereas we're looking at this on a block by block basis. Next slide. So after we collected all of that information, we then had several rounds of outreach. The first was a public survey that we constructed with questions for residents, businesses, and visitors. So it was structured depending on how you answered the first question. It would then take you through a different question flow, basically, asking you questions about parking preference, your experience in finding spaces in downtown. We actually translated that into 3 languages. So we had English, Spanish, and simplified Chinese. We had over 220 responses to that. And there's, in terms of the responses to that, we have lots of different tables and charts in our report, but a couple of major kind of findings from that. There's obviously, with all things parking, there's lots of different opinions, lots of different experiences, and that came through in the survey. Over 70% of people who responded indicated that they can usually or always find parking near where they're trying to access, but 30% indicated that they rarely find parking near their destination. When we asked a question about would you be willing to pay for parking if that would help to free up some availability close to your destination, 60% said they were opposed to paid parking. But when we asked how much would they be willing to pay, 70% said they would be willing to pay $1 per hour to park. Now the survey was geared, or it was heavily influenced by residents. So we had a couple of outreach events to try to reach businesses. In September, we held a meeting that was combined with a parklets discussion in downtown, and we heard from a number of businesses about the kind of parking situation in downtown and what's working and what's not working. We also made a presentation in November to the Economic Vitality and Advisory Committee to talk about some of the findings of what were coming out of the study and some of the strategies that we're here to talk to tonight about this. Again, a wide range of different viewpoints. There was support for paid parking. There were some folks that were skeptical with a number of different ideas. Some things around the ability to actually have enforcement. What about short-term parking? What about the competitiveness of downtown compared to other areas along the peninsula? So this really helps us to understand the wide range of viewpoints, and then as we start to then put together strategies, because there's things that we can do in the very near term, short term, versus more things that are that will require additional actions by the city and some funding to be able to get programs started, versus some of these longer term strategies, which we need to start thinking about now, if it's things like parking structures and sort of longer term facilities such as that. Next slide. So I'll talk through a couple of the strategies that we've been developing as part of this, and this is really then the bulk of the questions that we would like to talk with the council about tonight. So I had alluded to that, right, there's this range of different things that we can look to implement. The first thing here is there are some short-term, low-cost, easy to implement strategies that I think respond to some of the things that we heard from the outreach. Things such as trying to increase some of the short-term parking spaces up to 20 minutes, as well as commercial and passenger loading spaces, given DoorDash deliveries, things like that. Being able to assign some additional parking to that can help with some of those kinds of activities. Things about enhanced signage and wayfinding, helping people to find some of the available parking, making sure that there's enough signs kind of just communicating the existing programs or the existing limitations or regulations. And then really from there, the second level is then implementing a paid parking program in downtown. So with this concept, we would create a downtown parking district with approximately 1,100 spaces with pricing at somewhere between $1 and $2 an hour. With this, we would recommend utilizing an asset-light approach. So this is where we would rely on still having multi-space kiosks, but that paired with mobile phone payments and QR codes and other kinds of signage. Lots of cities have been able to implement this. With this kind of asset-light approach, it's less upfront cost to the city to be able to get it up and running. The map on the right-hand side shows the approximate area of where this paid parking program could exist. And this is really stretching primarily in that commercial core along sections of El Camino, Broadway, and Magnolia, all the way up to the Park Boulevard Triangle, which is the parking lot in the middle of that triangle is a city-owned lot. So primarily covering most of the on-street spaces that are shown on those blue block faces, with the green dots being the multi-space parking kiosks. So that's where the locations of those could be. With that program, then the expansion of parking enforcement. So this would involve a vehicle or vehicles that utilize what's called automated license plate reader technology, ALPRs. So these are cars that essentially have cameras on top, high definition cameras that are pointed down towards license plates. They make passes throughout the day. And if a vehicle is recorded being in a space longer than the period, then they're then issued a ticket. These are sort of a standard practice now in lots of downtown parking districts. And the cost estimates and the other things that we have put together for this reflect this sort of the deployment of this kind of vehicle. At the same time, recognizing that these kinds of programs can sometimes lead to additional spillover parking, we have on here a recommendation to expand the parking permit boundary. So right now, there's a light blue line on this map here. That dash blue line is the existing extent of the preferred the permit boundary area. So we would recommend extending that outward to be able to pick up some more areas where some spillover parking from the paid parking area could occur. Now, the way that the preferred parking, there's a whole petition and process to be able to have your block included as a block. So this isn't necessarily saying that this is where this is now all going to be residential permit parking. These areas would still have to go through the existing process, which Public Works manages for the parking permits. But this is just a way of being able to have a process in place that can be responsive if there is spillover parking from those from the parking meter area. And all of these things, again, are really to help to create a revenue stream that can provide for future strategies such as building a parking structure, for instance. And we do have a site. There's the Magnolia, the current surface parking lot that we have an image in here where we try to size what a parking garage could look like on that site. What is the cost for that? But these programs here then help to create that mechanism to then be able to fund those kinds of improvements. Next slide. This is just an example of, this is just showing some of the other paid parking programs along the peninsula and in other cities in the Bay Area. San Bruno is implementing a program now. They're in the process of rolling that out. I believe their program's about 750 spaces. What we showed there on the previous map is about 1,100 spaces. So your program here would be a bit larger. South San Francisco, Burlingame all have paid parking. Redwood City, San Mateo also. Palo Alto, of all places, doesn't. They have a sort of a zone-based hourly system. They use ALPRs. You have to move your car between different zones. You just can't keep it in one place within their downtown. It's more of a zone-based time restriction system. But there are a number of other programs across the Bay Area, Emeryville, Berkeley, other places that have parking programs. Of course, San Francisco, but it's a much different context. But they have a wide range of different pricing and different kinds of mechanisms to be able to make sure that spaces become available to kind of manage that turnover for their parking. Next slide. So I have a few slides here on some of the projections for what paid parking could look like. So these are some of the assumptions for what we looked at in the analysis. First, we looked at a time horizon of 25 years. It's actually, 26 here, because the construction would happen if this was authorized in 2024, if the construction would happen in 2025 of the kiosks and the program and the software and all the different startup upfront costs, say that this program ran for 25 years from 2026 to 2050. So that's kind of what we're looking at in terms of the time frame. On the revenue side, we're looking at those 1,100 spaces, priced hourly at, I think what I have in here is actually the 2-hour projection, but we also have a 1-hour projection as well. And that's up to 2 hours. We have some assumptions about parking transactions grow slowly over time as population grows and as some of your other development happens here in town. The revenue can vary. So at least in the first couple of years, we're looking at revenue of about $1.5 million at that 1 hour, or at that $1 per hour, up to about $3 million at $2 per hour. After 10 years, that starts to change a little bit, and some of that's based on some assumptions about price changes too. It's if we would start the program at $1 or $2 every couple of years, we would probably look at wanting to raise that price to keep up with inflation and other things. Revenue growth beyond 2035 is tied to those increases in pricing. In terms of costs, there's upfront capital costs to the city that would cover things like the multi-space parking kiosks, signage, the ALPR vehicle, as well as software and some other ancillary costs. The cost estimates for that upfront costs are probably about in the $600K on the low end, and that can go higher depending on. There's a lot of uncertainty around how much signage we would actually need and some assumptions around that. On the operating cost side, we're using a kind of a standard of about $700 per space per year. That's for the operations and maintenance of the program. We're also taking into account a contribution to a potential business improvement district. And the operating costs annually are then in a range of about $1.2 million to about $2 million a year. Our cost projections then adjust for inflation. And then we also consider replacement costs. So every 10 years or so having to go back out and in a large way being able to, or having to replace the bulk of the kiosks and sort of upgrade, update signage, things like that. So if we take revenue minus costs, the net income for this grows obviously if the hourly pricing increases over time. In the first 10 years, there's probably something in the range, if we're doing $2 an hour, of about $1.7 million a year for the first 10 years. That then grows as we look at pricing changes, and that's something else that we want to talk about. The total net income for the 25 years could be something in the range of $45 million over the cost of, or over the entire life cycle of the project. Next slide. These are a couple curves or a couple of graphs here that help to, I think, visualize really what's happening here. On the left-hand side, this is the revenue is the green line on top. The red line is the expenses. There's a upfront cost that happens in year one, and then over time that grows. We have replacement costs every 10 years, and then with the revenue that is increasing then as we increase price, and that's something that the council would then have the discretion to be able to set. And then net income, of course, is something which is then growing over time. A couple of other variables in here, as I was saying about inflation and things like that, can kind of push some of these assumptions around. But this is a reasonably conservative estimate, and in terms of looking at the kind of cash flow basis for this, for something like this program. Next slide. And the reason for that is to create, or helps to create, a revenue stream to support things like a long-term garage. So this is a site at the Magnolia surface lot, I believe just a few blocks this way. So there's a number of different structure templates, if you will, for how these garages usually get built. It has to do with how floors slope as you're going from one level to the next, and whether you have enough space for drive aisles and perpendicular parking spaces along each floor. This site is just a little too narrow to probably have a really efficient floor plan for each level, but it still provides a lot of opportunity here. At 4 stories, there's potential for up to 320 spaces. The second point here, though, is that these are pretty expensive. Projects built just before the pandemic were going at probably $50,000 to $60,000 a space for structured parking. But Palo Alto just recently completed a parking garage close to California Avenue Station, and the total cost for that, I'm not sure the total cost, but the per space cost was close to $100,000 a space. And there was a recent project built in San Luis Obispo that was also around 90 to 100K. That's when you're adding in EV charging. I believe both of those garages have expanded bathroom facilities because they actually have outdoor event space kind of built into it as well. So with all the bells and whistles, that kind of pushes it towards the high end. But all that to say, this is probably something in the $20 to $25 million range. So it's a significant cost. This garage, though, at the same time helps then to generate, it will generate revenue. There could be opportunities for other ground floor retail. And as I was saying, event space, some of that, though, can push the cost up. But there are some other opportunities for perhaps combining this with some other projects and some other development opportunities. So next slide. So I'll stop there. I know there's a lot of information there. If we can, I have 4 questions here to ask, but I'm wondering if would be best to take some questions first, or should I just start through the council discussion questions here?
I guess we could start with the council discussion here. So these are the questions you intend to ask us to give you feedbacks on?
Yes.
I think we could start with that, unless any council member have any particular question. You have a question to begin with? Okay.
Just for the record, I live on Palm Avenue, which you're recommending to put inside this parking district. I've checked with the city attorney. I can still speak on this.
I also live within the extended district borderline, so I just put that out there for disclosure.
And Mayor, before we go and talk about what they specifically want from us, I have a number of questions that have more to do about expanding into the neighborhoods that didn't talk about here, and then some of the things that were in the staff report that you didn't talk about. How do you want to do the questions that don't fit within these four? How do you want it?
So why don't we do this? Why don't we go through the questions that the consultant has for us, and then we can come back with our own set of questions and how to proceed with this?
Okay.
Is that okay? Ms. Pappen?
Yeah, actually, I think the answer to some of his questions may depend on some of our questions.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to have
I don't
a...
think we can answer his questions till we get ours answered.
Okay. Why don't we do this then? So each council member take a few minutes, ask the questions that you like. We clarify, based on the consultant's presentation today, and then we can proceed with... I think some of these discussions here that you have, these 4 bullet points, sort of help shape and guide the directive moving forward and how to move this initiative forward. Is that correct? That's my understanding?
That's correct, right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so...
Yeah, there's, we're at the point in the study where we're at a draft level. So this feedback here, we have some time and we have budget to be able to then work any comments and other issues that the council has, we can then address that as part of the study.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. So each council member will ask questions and comments, and then we'll come back to help hopefully have some convergence and then answer some of these sort of key directive questions so that we can move this forward. How's that? Okay, who would like to go first?
Actually, can I make a request?
Council member Halen?
After the council questions and before we dive into these, can we hear public comments?
Absolutely.
We can incorporate that into our discussion?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the process here to try to move this forward here. Who would like to go first? Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember
And thank
Schneider.
you. I appreciate the report, and this has been a long time in coming, so I don't want to sound like I'm negative against this because I support most of the concepts. A couple of questions. In the staff report, you talked about a loading area. I have a 96-year-old. If we go downtown, I have to stop in the street to let her off because she cannot walk much, or I have to put her in a wheelchair. So the staff report kind of alluded to areas that would be dropped off for Uber and Lyft and didn't mention seniors or people with mobility issues at all. So in this plan, where will we fit in all of us who are caring for anyone who is mobility impaired, if that's the PC term on that? So that's one question. Do you want me to do all my questions or feedback back and forth? How do you want that?
I guess if the consultant is ready to answer, he can certainly answer the question, but based on what I'm hearing, that could potentially be not so much of a parking discussion, but rather how to design certain areas within our downtown or outer streets where we could have accessible parking, accessible loading zone, that sort of thing.
That's right.
Rather than a parking issue so much.
Yeah, there's one of our short-term strategies was to look at, or to create some standards for downtown to look at what's usually called like white curb loading, like passenger loading. Now that could be used by Uber and Lyft, but if there's ADA spaces and some other kinds of things, we would want to go and be able to look across the blocks and identify or create some standards to then how we can create more of those kinds of short-term, like very short-term, just for people getting in and out of vehicles.
Well, it's an accessibility issue. To make the world more senior-friendly or pedestrian-friendly, we're going to lose parking spaces, and that will reduce your revenue stream. Okay, that's mobility. You also talked about loading zones. So the number one complaint I get, and this is within my district, is the vehicles that are loading and unloading for Dean's Produce, mainly because of the size of the vehicles sitting out. If we eventually get a BID and go to either parallel parking, we're still going to have those big loading zones out there, and people cross the street and people U-turn in there. So I'm just throwing that out there, that hopefully as we solve the parking issue, we are also looking at how, for the businesses that do not have a rear entrance, which Dean's Produce is the best example, how are we going to handle that in a safe fashion? Because it currently is not safe on there. No comment on that. I've never quite gotten it clear, but for Millbrae Square, the property owner that goes from Starbucks Coffee to Living Spaces, they own the street and own the parking because they had to come to us to build parklets. Who owns that, and can we put parking meters there, or would that remain free parking because it's owned by a private company? If you want to check, I mean, that's just another one of my, because just so the public knows, one of the things I hear from a lot of out-of-towners is they come to Millbrae because we don't have parking meters. They're from Burlingame or Hillsborough, and they love Trader Joe's. So access to Trader Joe's or the pet store or the lovely gyros place, you know, how is that going to work, especially when there's the big private lot between the new One Meadow Glen Way and Safeway? How is that going to work on that? Would that remain free parking versus the street parking, which would become pay parking?
How about if we try to let legal perhaps answer some of those questions?
Well, yeah, so there's an easement for public access, and so the city does control parking in the street.
Okay. It's never been clear to me who owns what on there.
The city has an easement, just like a lot of places where the underlying property owner will own the road, but there's an easement, access easement granted. So like if you vacate, you may be familiar with, if you vacate a street, half of the street goes to one property owner, half the street goes to another property owner. Okay. So same situation here.
So what it sounds like is the street, say for example on Broadway, right?
I understand.
Yeah. But the parking, the surface parking is privately owned, and we don't control that.
Okay. You talk about short-term permit and long-term permit, and I didn't see it defined. And I mean that mainly more for the people who are going to end up parking on Hemlock, on the east side of El Camino, or any of the streets the one-block streets that run into El Camino, and then everything from Barkley, Willow, Lewis, Poplar, Elder, Palm on that. Would that all be subject to short-term or permit parking of commercial operations?
Short-term parking for commercial.
Yeah, your chart talks about short-term parking and long-term, and I didn't know what that meant.
I don't think there's any commercial parking in those neighborhoods that you've just identified. That's the residential permit parking program that's in existence. So Hemlock, for example, it's in existence, and I think it goes all the way, well, it goes up to Poplar right now with a possible, we don't know. I mean, parking meters may actually not push people up into the neighborhoods. It may or may not, because if the parking space becomes available more often and it's more convenient, I mean, it's kind of amazing where you see, what was the high, 65% occupancy? But we're congested in the downtown, congested to where people want to park, right? And so it'll be interesting to see and monitor what the behavior is of a parker. So the idea is if we need to push that further out, which I think is a light purple line on the map, it's just an idea to say, okay, if we embark on this, we're going to monitor it, we're going to manage it, and this is the possibility, the extent of parking issues in the neighborhood.
Brings me to three more issues. Because I live...
that answered your question.
Kind of.
So there's no commercial parking in those areas. Yep.
Except I will get people calling me all the time saying that a restaurant employee, especially pre-COVID, are parked on Lewis or Barkley, and they can tell by the pile of cigarette butts left when the car leaves. So we do know that there's some commercial parking, probably not paying for a permit for that.
We don't prohibit. So that's an area that you have to have a residential permit parking program. But throughout the city, you'll find that there are commercial vehicles parked in residential neighborhoods. We don't prohibit commercial licensed vehicles from parking in residential at this point in time.
So back to your comments about low usage on, say, Palm, and I know that you did it on a Thursday and a Saturday, and you did it in May, and if you did it last year, we were still pretty cold in May. I've grown up on this street, I've grown up on this block, and we get a lot of traffic for special events, of which usually we are very happy. We plan when we shop, when we move our cars around special events, and upon Central Park usage on there. But I will disagree with you saying that the 500 block and the 400 block are at below 51% or whatever there, because the apartment managers, which now have more adults living in them and more cars, have unbundled their parking. So one of the things that has to go along with this area of Millbrae, Richmond, Lansdale, is the unbundled parking by private owners where they were not originally permitted for that. But that has drastically increased parking, especially there's no way for people going to the park to park near the park because those cars are parked there all the time. And I see it every day and every night on that. So just something to throw out there. I had other question for well, maybe that'll be answered. I'll hang on to that one. My bugaboo, my street had 4 cars totaled in 10 days, and a year later we got a temporary speed bump. And what came along with that temporary speed bump was a pole stuck in the middle of my house where we park to get my 96-year-old mom out of the car. So if we move these things up, and we create more residential permit areas, is there a way to do it without adding more poles all over the neighborhood? As someone who is our liaison to our bike pedestrian committee and 8 years on CCAG's bike pedestrian committee, poles are dangerous, especially people with visual impairment. So is there a way that we can do a permit process, maybe by marking the curbs and making sure that Google Maps and Apple Maps know that these are permitted areas and you will get ticketed? And if this isn't something for tonight, if as a spillover happens, I will tell you I get airport parkers. Not so much since COVID, but they know they can park smack dab in the middle of my house. So they'll take 3 spaces on there. They'll park their car for 3 days. They'll get a ticket in 3 days. And then they know they've got 3 more days. And that happens to a lot of neighborhoods in Millbrae because airport parkers know they can get away with that. But it especially happens on Chadbourne and Millbrae Avenue. So just to be aware of that. I think those are my be aware of this stuff. And then what I've never understood when I go to San Mateo and I have to pay that meter and I've got my mom with me, so a disabled sticker, do I pay or not? We have the oldest senior population in the county here. I have no idea where we are with people that are mobility impaired, but it's never clear if you've got a disabled sticker, what rules are you under? So I just pay because it's better than a parking ticket. But if we can clarify that. Thank you. Oh, and then city manager, if this whole neighborhood becomes permit parking, would we waive that during the Art and Wine Festival? Because all of us know we want people to go to the Art and Wine Festival. We want them to be able to park and enjoy their day and spend the whole day there and spend money with the merchants. Could we have, what do we call it, free parking days?
Yeah, I mean, if we get into this, that would be at the discretion of the city council. So when you would adopt a program, you would set that policy.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Who would like to go next? Okay. All right. Ms. Cahalan.
Hello, thank you very much for the presentation. I just had one question and then maybe one other thing to pose to us as a council as part of the questions. I saw it looks like El Camino is a big part of the area.
Right.
Will we have to do partnership with Caltrans on that and starting to mark the streets for spaces and things like that down El Camino that we don't have now?
Yes, Councilmember Cahalan, yes, we would have to, coordinate with Caltrans and make sure that they're okay with it. I know that other cities have done paid parking along parts of El Camino, so we would just go to them and coordinate.
And then go ahead.
I was just going to add that some of the parking is along the service road or the sort of service drive aisle, and I'm not sure if all of that is within Caltrans. So some of that could be within the city's jurisdiction.
Thank you. And I know here, so I guess the other item to add to our discussion for us as a council is we're talking about using these funds for possible parking structures and things like that. So, and I don't know if this discussion happened already around, are these funds, do they go to the general fund? Are they restricted for paying for the cost of the program and then towards the cost of a structure until that's paid for, and then it goes to the general fund? But thinking about how we want to use this income and how it's distributed.
Yeah, so the revenue from the parking meters is general fund revenue unless the city council establishes a district, for example, using state law that's afforded to you to create under your parking authority hat, a parking district, and then you earmark those funds. But if not, then it goes into the general fund of the city. And the purpose for paid parking, I should note, you could establish the earmark. I mean, it's really at your discretion and your policy. I will say that parking meters are used, and the payment of parking meters for parking turnover, right? To encourage more parking turnover. So, just as a revenue source alone, it has to create. That's why we do the study for paid parking under state law. It has to generate more parking turnover. So that's the main purpose.
Good. All right.
Yes.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. Kind of going back to Councilman Snyder's comment around the expanding of the parking permit boundaries and addressing the impact of travelers. Is this the right venue to discuss the actual boundaries, or is that just something we can consider at a later time? Because the boundary seems very small, considering that an individual can park outside of that boundary and take Uber, and they are actually taking Uber and going to the airport and saving, money, but taking up spots from our residents. So is that something we can consider for you to study what it would look like to expand the boundary?
Yeah, that is the feedback that we're looking for this
Okay.
evening.
All right. So that's my feedback, I guess, that we should consider exploring, talking with residents and finding out what's our residents' appetite for expanding that boundary.
Okay. Yeah, and in terms of the expansion, it's only expanding in a way that residents on the block would still need to then come forward with a petition to say that they want to be part of the program. Yeah. So that's,
I definitely want it to be something that the residents have at their disposal versus making the boundaries so small that other residents don't have that opportunity.
Okay.
All right. Additionally, on the kiosk, what's the cost of the kiosk, and is there a way for us to limit the amount of kiosks since it's considered hardware, I guess, and then utilizing some of the Park Mobile style that you showed, where you just put the number of a zone and you do more of it on your phone or mobile?
Right. Yeah. This is what we've outlined here is.
I saw the $600,000 to $900,000 cost, but how's that balanced out, hardware versus signage for the zones?
Yeah, the kiosks are about $10,000 a kiosk.
Okay.
And that should include the cost of construction as well. But the number that we actually laid out here, we were trying to go a little bit on the light side, this kind of asset light approach, but there probably is a little bit more pencil sharpening. I think there's 49 kiosks on this figure. Right. We could probably go through and probably figure out, because given some of the short blocks and some other things, especially if there's clear sight lines or good opportunities for some signage to say, hey, because the paid parking apps are pretty amazing now. It's a great way once you put your license plate in and you get it set up once, then it's really easy to do every time that you come down to park. But we could find some way to maybe take another, say, like 25% of these out, perhaps, with some other combination of signage that would then help to then bring down that cost.
Okay. And then that kind of leads to my next question around the net income. What assumptions did you consider other than rate increases? Or was it just the rate increase? And if so, what would the per hour rate have to be for us to see or actualize those increases that we see in the out years?
Yeah, so I think they're 50%, they're 50 cent increases. But that's just every 10 years. So we have, there's a lot of discretion in terms of if you wanted to make that 25 cents every 5 or something like that. So we just had a simple assumption here that just lined up with when the replacement costs for those kiosks and other infrastructure would have to occur. So that's 50 cent increases, but that's something which, that could be more of a gradual increase. It could be, that would again just be up to the council.
Right. So if the council wanted to actualize a higher amount sooner, we can go up, say, 25% on top of what we would be, what's being suggested.
Right. I mean,
Or
there was in that table there was some,
Right.
a real variety of different ranges there. I think a lot of programs start often at like $1, $1.50 or something, or like in that $1 to $2 range. I think, given, if you, I guess, increase too fast, too soon, then it could start to depress demand to some degree, I guess, right? There's some of that. We've assumed a little bit of that in here, but I think the price levels that we've proposed here are low enough that it's not, most of the research shows, and from the experience of other cities around here, it shows that it doesn't do much to actually overly suppress demand. It's primarily about turnover.
Okay. All right. Thank you. My last question is around the garage, the structure. Currently, the location, what is it around? Is there a number you have? Is it around 120, 130 current parking spaces?
The lot has, I think, just over 100.
That's over 100. Okay. And then we're looking at about 320.
Right.
Okay. And in your experience, is that a large enough, is 200 or so a large enough amount of increase to warrant such a large price tag at this point when you're considering, you said probably up to 100,000 per space?
Yeah, when we originally put that together, we were working with more of that 50 to 60K range. In the conversations with Palo Alto, San Luis Obispo, some other places that have built some of these, as that number starts to go up, there's the economies of scale of like, why would you just build one level, then take it up to 4, perhaps even going up as high as 5. I think there's then an issue of kind of height with other buildings in the immediate vicinity.
Would you consider going underground and probably going 2 levels down, 4 up? Is that a consideration? Obviously, the cost will increase.
Underground's going to go up, right?
Right.
But maybe there's some like splitting of difference there where you
Right.
could go two down and maybe 3 up or something like that. So I think that number of 320, as we zero in a little bit here on some of those assumptions about the pricing and about the comfort levels with that, we would sharpen our pencils as well on that 320 number. I mean, that was just what we think we can fit within 4 levels. But I think the discussion, if we want to go 5, is there one or 2 underground? That's the sort of like nuance then in the report that we want to make sure that we cover. Here are the range of scenarios that could happen, and this is what we think the impact is financially.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor and Councilwoman Pappen.
Thank you. Yeah, it would have been nice to know the Magnolia lot right now. So you're saying it's about 100?
I believe it's about 100 spaces.
Okay. In addition to that, your maps are very difficult to read. It would have been very helpful to us. I mean, I tried to enlarge and then you just lose the clarity on that.
Okay.
So if you could go back to some of the maps for a second. Keep going. Okay, like right around there. Wait, go again, where you had the little green dots.
With the kiosk, one more.
There you go. Okay. I have no idea where your little hourly public is, long-term public, all that. It's just way too hard to see on this. So as we move forward, we'll need some clarification and maybe something not on the tiny little screen. I did try to blow it up and you just lost all clarity there. So El Camino Real, we have in the past made most of it a red zone because people were selling cars there. It would be nice to utilize that area more so. And I think our grand plan for El Camino did include parking along the lines. We haven't quite figured out how yet, but that would be good to talk about pursuing this. You say an operating cost of $700 per space. Can you detail that for me? What $700 per space? What
So
does that
that's
mean?
$700 per space per year.
Mhm.
And that's from our experience from past projects, from the cost can range anywhere from between about 400 to 600, but I'm trying to be a little bit more conservative here. And that captures things like the cost of the person driving the ALPR vehicle around, the cost of periodic maintenance on different things, payment processing. So it's all the operating costs. We're just trying to boil that down into one simple number for now, because there's probably about 15 or 20 different kind of line item things that we just wouldn't have enough insight to be able to outlay all of the different FTEs and other kind of staffing costs and other kinds of things that would go into that. So $700 is something on the high range, but I think appropriate for what we see in the Bay Area.
Okay, so it would be helpful for us to get more details on that, because we do have a meter person that goes around and checks right now. So I assume we'd be deferring that cost or whatever we're paying for that right now, as we're looking at the overall analysis here. And then I think you are suggesting, or what is the price of these readers moving forward? How long do they usually last? That type of thing. And in addition to that, and I've seen in some other cities that they're pretty quick in their reading and then issuing tickets, like really quick.
Yeah.
To the dismay of a lot of people, I think. So, yeah, all that would be very interesting in how we proceed here. And to what was mentioned here, what is the number of disabled placards registered in Millbrae? I think we can find that out. We do have an aging population, just to see where we are on that number. And then as far as the garage proposal goes here, we do have some EV parking on that Magnolia lot right now. I don't know if it's sponsored or what, but you barely get any time. It's kind of as pathetic as what's happening at Safeway. So if we are to proceed in a way, it would be nice to actually bring people into the city where you can, again, get high-speed charging as we progress here, because that will bring people in. I know Burlingame's working on it now. San Bruno's already got a whole bunch. It brings people into the city. So I'd like to emphasize that at this point. Two, what was not mentioned is we do have several businesses, and there is no designated loading for many of these businesses, which are good businesses for us. So I would anticipate that we would have business hours, like early morning hours for loading and unloading, that kind of thing. I don't think we officially have that now. As was noted, the Dean's Produce, they're usually big trucks early in the morning when there's not a lot of, there is a lot of parking available. So I think we need to really bring our businesses into this process, find out what their needs are. I'm not sure, I know some of them load from the back alley there. But we need to figure that out, what's happening here, because we have to support our businesses as well. And I think that's about it, and as far as now going into the question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So this item has been identified as a key goal for our city. And so thank you for bringing this forward, and it would certainly help us transform the downtown, provide the funding and the financing structure for key initiatives such as the BID and peripheral parking garages in the future and enhance our parking inventory and the whole parking strategy based on our vision, where the city needs to go. So this is essential, and it's also exciting. To the point Councilmember Pappen made a moment ago, commercial loading zone, I think there's some precedents, in terms of being implementing some kind of a time-sensitive commercial loading area where, say, for example, let's say early morning, and we can certainly define that as we outreach to the business community. Perhaps a certain timeline would be designated for commercial loading, and then the rest of it would be the regular meter parking, for example. You've seen a lot of that in some of the metropolitan area. And some might even, be, what do you call it? Sort of a red commercial, meaning it's a six-wheeler or more. Some of them might be useful depending on the application here, rather than just a straight-up yellow zone. So there's some possibility to consider. In terms of I got a question there. In terms of the parking permit program, do we have a cost model currently for the participant who obtain the parking permits, residential parking permit?
So currently, within the area, a person who comes and applies for a permit pays $26 for the first vehicle. Then after that, so it's usually the first vehicle that they're paying for the permit.
Just for the administrative part of that, essentially. And then there's no limit how many they can get on a per household basis?
Four.
Four, yeah.
Four? Enough, basically.
Enough, exactly.
Okay, fair enough. So I just want to make sure that as we progress, thinking about expansion of these parking permit zone, that it does not cause a burden to our residents. And then in terms of implementation of this pay parking strategy, we want to take advantage of modern technology as much as possible here, I would recommend. I understand that the cost of the payment kiosk could increase the cost of such an implementation. So we want to use a solution that is as highly mobile app-based as possible, where activated by simple signage, such as a QR code, for example, because as I understand, kiosks actually could even be eliminated to some degree if with proper signage, because everything is happening on your phone anyway. And to that end, that also makes staying in compliance of the parking timeline easier, because let's say you have a 2-hour parking and it will allow, let's say, a 30 or 60-minute extension, for example. Somebody will send you a text asking you to pay for extra parking. So that would help folks to stay in compliance of the parking ordinance. So that's also helpful as well. So we need to invest a bit more on signage to that end, right? So make sure that, and the outreach effort here, as we want to make sure that there's a successful rollout in the near future, and hopefully a quick and successful absorption by our community on programs such as this. We want to hear our residents saying this is a great job, and the businesses are happy because now we have good parking turnover, and those who want to come in and dine and entertain in Millbrae are able to find a parking space quickly. So that's the goal of this program. And then as we discuss peripheral parking garages, we need to be mindful that we have a relatively shallow water table. So, thinking about how to, engineer our parking garages, I think it is likely that, it will be more cost effective to build up rather than building down. So, and we should consider, as Councilmember Pappen said a moment ago, we should consider quick charging station or supercharging stations where, 10, 15-minute charge could yield, say, for example, 80% of the range, for example. And I'm sure these technology will be greatly improved upon as we move forward here. And that is an important attraction and a strategic advantage to our city, because that is going to help attract more people coming to our city and dine and shop and entertain. So I consider that a strategic advantage to have that. And certainly it will encompass with battery and solar array on the rooftop as well. And then in terms of the parking enforcement, perhaps we can consider using an experienced firm, city manager, that we can analyze the cost-benefit model within the first couple of years, and then as we reevaluate how to implement more permanent future solutions on these enforcement mechanism. So that's a level of consideration. Because I understand if we were to have our own enforcement mechanism, there'll be staff and trainings involved and all of that. So using an experienced firm, leveraging the scale of the economy, and then try to understand the model, and then we can reevaluate after a year or two, so we can bring it back. And then in terms of cost of parking, I would say we should consider a rate that are more at par with our neighboring cities, such as San Bruno and Burlingame. You have some research data that you have shared with us a moment ago. And that way we can maintain our competitive advantage regionally and be able to attract shopper and diners to continue to come to Millbrae, which is what we want. Okay, so those are all my comment at the moment. If anything, we can start taking some public comment. I don't think I have any raised hands or actually speaker slips. Elaine?
If I may also, just
Yes,
for the
City
council
Manager.
on behalf of the public, before public comment, the scenario on the Magnolia parking lot was just a pro forma. So keep that in mind. I think that, if we move forward, there may be other priority lots that we do first instead of the Magnolia lot. So this was just a pro forma example in a range of costs. So,
And I think this discussion is helpful to set a direction, I guess, in terms of the exact, where the kiosks are going to be, where the boundaries are going to be in all these sort of a permit parking program. I'm sure it will come back to this council for a more precise discussion, if you will.
yeah, Mayor, the purpose of the agenda item tonight was exactly that. So a study session, but with action. So if there are consensus, to move things forward, that's the feedback that we're looking for tonight. Not adoption of the plan by any stretch of the means, because, it's a work in progress, but just get this.
Setting directions.
Correct. Yep.
Excellent. Sounds good. Okay. City Clerk, do we have we have one hand raised at the moment.
Yes, we do have one hand raised, and it is Nathan Chan. And Nathan, if you could accept the unmute, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to City Council to address you on this important matter. I've definitely spoken to you about this before. I just wanted to reiterate 2 points that I raised last time, which I think that we should consider more dynamic pricing strategies for pricing parking in Millbrae. I'm sure you can appreciate just how certain times of day the parking demand is much more acute than others. And so it seems to me that it would make more sense to have different pricing tiers for at least different hours of the day rather than a flat rate that seems to be proposed, although I do understand that doesn't seem like our peer cities are studying that, but I think that would be the right approach. I think one thing that I didn't hear also is there a better way to leverage private lots in the downtown area that always seem to have an abundance of parking? Like I'm thinking of Wells Fargo, 7-Eleven, the old Millbrae Theater, and of course Millbrae Square. Is there any kind of arrangement that we can make with those property owners to better utilize, to better share some of the capacity that seems to be available? And then finally, in terms of I think that we should really consider using some of the money raised from this program to return community benefits to the downtown area. It's my understanding that the business improvement district continues to not move forward, at least last that I heard. If the businesses are unwilling to do that, then the money raised from this parking program could be a way to provide some of the things that we envision for a business improvement district. So those are my comments tonight, but otherwise excited to see forward progress on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. And then we have one speaker slip in a moment. Steve, I'm sorry, I couldn't read the last name. Please join us at the podium.
Good evening, council members.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask the person here, why did you pick Saturdays and Thursdays for the days to view the cars? And my other question is, how did you determine the turnover? You said you could tell what cars were there. How did we do that? My question to the council is, we're looking at maybe $700,000 to implement this program. Does the city have $700,000? If we do, why are we asking the taxpayers to pay more money for our fire department? What is the priorities here? And also, the cost of this review, I know you can't give me any answers here, but I just have a hard time thinking if we have the money here to put parking in, and you're asking the taxpayers of Millbrae to increase what they're paying for the fire district, we got to get a priority straight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager.
I mean, so
Yeah, go ahead.
So the revenue that we're talking about is we cannot afford it, but the revenue is generated off of the parking meter income. So that's where the revenue comes from. So to answer the gentleman's question, he's correct. We cannot afford it, but if we install paid parking, that's where the new revenue stream comes. So this is a new revenue stream for the city, not a current revenue stream.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So any other public comment? I don't think we have any more raised hand online.
Mayor, if I may, but before our consultant answers the other questions. So just keep in mind that, there's going to be more to come. I think that when you look at the land assets that we have as a city, we can utilize those for housing, affordable housing, and develop out those sites in a combination of a mixed use of housing and public parking, for example. So I think that that's where we need to start the discussion. We know that we have our downtown specific plan that's adopted in certain areas of the city. Developers can pay a parking in lieu, or we actually don't require parking, in some of those higher density areas. And so as we grow and as we build out housing, I think that this vision will start to be better framed in terms of what we need for peripheral parking, garages and things like that. But we have an opportunity to utilize our assets to build out both housing, commercial, as well as public parking. So it's not just, I don't see this as just one peripheral parking garage. I see it as a mixed use opportunity for us to build out and have public parking as part of a mixed use project in the future. So keep that in mind, and definitely more discussion to come, as we continue to build out and develop housing, which is mandated by state law. So,
excellent. Thank you. Consultant, would you like to answer some of the questions?
I can just address that. Saturdays are definitely the highest occupancy day. So especially with the farmer's market in the morning, that was where we saw the highest utilization. So Saturdays made sense. Thursdays are also a pretty high utilization day. So it's typically, we usually do them on Thursdays and Saturdays because we often just have a count firm that does that work, and they're like deployed on a Thursday or a Thursday and a Saturday. So that was why we had those 2 days. We always like to have one midweek day, and Thursdays usually do, like Thursdays at restaurants are usually busier than like a Wednesday or so, and it kind of gives us a good sense of what a midweek day is and a weekend. In terms of turnover, we have people that walk around in those commercial areas, and they write down the last 4 digits on license plates, and they're passing every hour, so they can tell. They could just compare that back and forth to if that car. So not only do we have the number of parked cars per space, but we also have the duration, and that's also interesting to kind of see that the average duration is roughly about an hour. Sometimes it goes, I think 80% of vehicles park for 2 hours or less, which is what your regulations are. So there are some people that do park for much longer, and whether or not they're getting tickets depends on the enforcement. But so we have all that information from folks actually walking around and jotting that information down.
Okay, thank you. So I think before we begin the council comment and questions, you have 4 major questions that you want input from this council. You can bring that up. Do you want to bring that up on the screen?
Oh, sorry, is that something that, it's just on the next to last slide?
It's on the agenda too, but it will be helpful to the public can see it as we discuss. Oop, you passed it. There you go. That's it. So these are the 4 questions that you want this council to help opine on and set some directions for you to move forward. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. So let's go ahead and try to do that. You want to?
Okay, so I can read. First question is, does the council support moving ahead with implementing paid parking in downtown now or in the future?
Okay, I'm seeing some nodding head here. Do we need to take, I think, city manager? Okay, all right. So do we need a formal vote on this? I suppose it would be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. I mean, one of the things I'd be looking for, we just have a person right here say that perhaps they're not in favor of it. So I do think a motion, a second, and a vote on the direction of the council would be appropriate.
All right, so the first question, does the council support moving ahead with implementation paid parking in downtown now or in the future? I would say, well, does anybody want to opine on it? Ms. Peppin?
Yeah, so real
we'll
quick,
have to you.
I'm sorry, just 2 more little questions came into being here. We have some parklets, which we have not priced out yet. And so given whatever we do here, that should determine whatever the value is of the parklets as far as what the businesses need to pay. So let's look at that. And then 2, we note that we don't own Broadway. The part where the Mbimbos have all those businesses.
We don't own it, but we have rights to it and regulate it.
Oh, we
do regulate
that
it.
would be part of this?
Right, just as there's a time limit of parking there currently, that the city does regulate it.
Okay, so just for clarification from my point, to go to where the mayor's going here, I do believe this is worth fully vetting out. So I guess that is a yes, but, the more facts we get would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council member.
I'm not a no, but I've been here long enough to know what happened to the people on Hemlock when we brought in a business with lack of parking, and people tend to go towards free parking than not. So what I would like to see, I think we should do it. I'm concerned about the new technology, and maybe it's my older eyes or the fact that I have transitional lenses. They're really hard to read. So you can't even figure out how to put in your parking number if it's asking for that, or the dollar, or, your credit card, whatever. So I'm a little concerned about the technology and its usability for people who are not technical. Golly, am I admitting that I'm older on that? But I want to make sure that if we do this along Broadway, that we are protecting the people on Silva and Hermosa and Hemlock and Magnolia and all the streets up there, because they're going to bear the brunt. I was trying to get with Councilman Cahalan. There's a very popular restaurant on El Camino Real that when they have a big banquet, it takes away all the parking on Palmetto and that little kind of alley right behind it. And I was trying to expand the map and I couldn't read what that little alley is called. So it's other parts of Millbrae that we're not causing problems to the neighbors, and we learn from the experience that happened on Hemlock.
Yeah, so
on that.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different issue because we do have permit parking on Hemlock right now. And so it's an enforcement, more of an enforcement issue.
Yep, but what happens is people downtown or people who can't park by the businesses on the frontage, I'm one of those people that probably put in the survey that I want to get into Millbrae Lock, but if I can't find a parking place within a block, I'm giving up and going away. And that's a really hard block right there to get parking on. So What happened is people do park on Hemlock, and then the people on Hemlock can't park near their houses or even on the same block. We need to learn from that, and we need to have a plan of action if, when the new parking meters go in, we're seeing that impact on the residential streets, and we take swift action, not the however many years it took to help the people on Hemlock.
Yeah, no, and that's a great point, because I think, and I don't know until we implement it, right, and we study it, I actually think that the paid parking, like you said, because we also have received from businesses that they get complaints from customers, they can't find a parking space and they leave, and they go somewhere else. So I'm actually do not know, based on other parking studies I've been involved with, if this is going to push parking out into the neighborhoods. It could actually solve a problem because that parking space is being turned over more and it's more convenient. So somebody had mentioned the cost of parking. There is that, elasticity. So where's that sweet point? $1.50, $2 an hour, where people will pay that for convenience versus $5 an hour, where it's like, no, I'm gonna go up in the neighborhood and park because I'm not gonna pay $5 an hour. So I think that it's interesting. And I don't have an answer because I've got a couple of different hypotheses, for lack of a better word, that it could actually take the burden off of the residential neighborhoods because that parking turnover is there. Versus somebody in a 2-hour parking space that's parking for 6 hours, an employee or something, because we also have an employee parking program. And we're constantly out working with businesses to take advantage of that. Because I do know that we do have some businesses that the employees park in front of the store and they take up the parking spaces and it's not well enforced.
Well, that brings me to the second question. What I hear from a lot of the residents in this area is, and especially because we've got so many restaurants and it takes more parking per restaurant than it takes for the old retail that we used to have. Yeah. That's one of the things that I'm always explaining to the public. We have less parking downtown because we have more restaurants. But when you've got a restaurant that's open sort of on a swing shift, so lunch and then dinner, that the employees will park up in the neighborhood and go to sleep. I understand, my heart's out with them. So I think what we need to do concurrently is a program with the businesses to come up with some forms of transportation demand management. I know, for example, that Wonderful offers mass transit passes to their employees on that. So maybe we can work with our businesses to keep them from coming in. And I'm thinking specifically for Lewis and Willow and Barclay and La Cruz, and to some degree on that. So if we have these programs running concurrently, maybe we can hold off and then maybe we'll find they're not needed. I don't want to penalize a restaurant employee making minimum wage by charging them parking, but then the owner of the company should be figuring that out on that. So let's do the two programs concurrently. So for that, number one, I'm okay with this with some strong provisos because these two neighborhoods on either side of Broadway have been impacted. That said, Art and Wine Festival, free parking. Everybody come to Millbrae.
I mean,
you can park in front of my house, I promise.
So Mayor, Councilman, under those bullet points on one, I think that kind of covers, some of what you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, in terms of the garage, I absolutely do not want Magnolia. Councilwoman Pappen, we both got elected in 2015, and I was no sooner elected that I got this bundle from Rogers Realty, who wanted to build row houses on Magnolia with corner or retail on Hillcrest and La Cruz, with an opening onto the angles, which would open it up. And you've got homes right there. I do believe parking garages don't have to be ugly. Most of them are. But if we had row houses there, 2 floors, I like what the Vice Mayor said, underground parking there, dig a pit. It's not impossible. But we've got daytime, nighttime parking. So we've got parking to overflow during the daytime, and then people come in and visit friends and family at night. But the lot, and the Councilwoman Cahalan and I, now that I'm on the homeless subcommittee, I want to be looking at the 7-Eleven lot. I think that is our prime lot for doing a mixed-use parking, daytime, nighttime plan. And start small, learn, but not on the Magnolia lot. That's just too valuable. And I just see row houses right there. They're going to look so great. They're going to open up the right size with the neighborhood on the slope on that. So I know Gina's going to tell me I'm off topic. So
That's
here we
okay.
go.
No, I wasn't really, that was just your opinion there. That was totally fine. What we haven't considered, and hopefully as we progress here, there are apartments along that street. So we need to find out what those residents' needs are at this point in time. I don't know.
You mean near the Magnolia lot?
Yeah, well, again, above some of the businesses downtown, there are apartments built in there. So we should really find out as we progress, if they, I don't think many of them have any parking in the buildings. So just another thought process as we go ahead, because I don't think a lot of people were aware we were discussing this. And as to what Councilmember Schneider said here too, and what the city manager said, this is an opportunity for us on all different levels here. Housing and parking and all kinds of things. So the revenue, I hope, would pay for whatever here, but again, I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pappen. Would you like to say anything? I don't mean to put you on your spot. But...
No, I mean, overall, yes, I support moving forward with some form of paid parking and continuing to look at the fine-tune details on that.
Okay, Mr. Vice Mayor, would you like to provide a direction? Okay, so yeah, I think in general, as far as question number one, I think it is reasonable and I think it's needed that we move forward and move ahead with an implementation with more detail coming back, obviously. You know, this is just providing a direction here. We're not making a decision as to how it's going to get implemented, but rather coming back with a more comprehensive plan so we can have greater discussions in terms of, because, you know, there's as you can see, it's a slew of other issues that will come up. And so certainly the detail would be important here, and as well as the outreach so that the community understands what we're trying to achieve, how to achieve it, what their concerns might be, and how to address those concerns. But I would say yes, that we need to move ahead with implementing a paid parking program near downtown. And then you can come back with a more comprehensive plan so we can have a more robust discussion on the details.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Mayor and Council. I mean, that's what we're looking for. Should we just jettison it and stop? Or from what you hear, does it warrant, okay, go deeper, get into?
Correct.
You know, yeah, continue the work, yeah.
All right, second question.
So the second question is, if we move forward with paid parking, how much should we charge and how large of an area should we include?
So I was going to say maybe frame this a little bit better, right?
Yeah, I was going to do that.
Is this is this a reasonable amount, $1 to $2? The maps in the geographic area, is that, you know, the reasonable? Should we narrow it? Should we expand it? It's pretty much in our central business district. Should we put parking meters along Silva Avenue in those areas? I don't think we should. I think, but that's what we're looking at, because it's that mixed use, right? It's that combination of commercial and there's spillover right on some of these, boundary areas of our commercial and residential. So I'm not saying that, but that's where permit parking comes in.
Councilmember Schneider.
I would start at $1. And in terms of the streets, Silva or Hermosa, they get a lot of parking from the auto businesses on El Camino Real. So they're already parking impacted. They're the streets I'd love to see go one way. We widen sidewalks and we give them identity. But that's a project for a different thing. But no, I would not put them in the neighborhoods. But El Camino is kind of weird, given that we're hopefully doing a road diet. So I'm not sure I'd start with El Camino right away. But $1 and definitely Broadway and our city parking lots.
Anyone else?
Just
Councilwoman Cahalan.
one area that's a small area, and I forget if it's Park Place or Park Avenue. I mix them up. But those have a little less, it's usually easier to find parking there. But I know on one of them, there is a laundromat. And I guess just the thought for me of someone having to go and pay for their parking and then pay for their laundry, I think more often it's renters who are paying a higher percentage of their income for their rent, and then they're paying for their parking spot to pay to do their laundry. If they go a little further down their block, they're outside of the paid parking area, but then you're carrying your laundry further because of that. As someone whose washing machine was broken for 4 months because we couldn't get parts, we were doing our laundry there, and yeah, when you're lugging your laundry in the rain and, those kinds of things, you understand what people are going through doing those things. So just something to think about on that particular spot.
Yeah, I think that area, that triangle at Park Place, Park Boulevard there, yeah, that was an area as we were looking at the overall size and how we were like extending, as we were looking at the, where to locate the paid parking, that was an area that we were looking at, because there is a fair amount of demand there, I think because of things like the laundromat, they have a lot of.
Great restaurants. I mean, the restaurants in that area are, high demand.
So, yeah, that was something that when we had looked at how we were designing the overall area, that was something which we had originally looked at a smaller area, and then we started to look up there because of the high demand, like that, just trying to manage that.
I mean, is there a way, because I think that's a great idea. Let's do this. Let's study that, and then we'll bring it back, because I think some of that convenience in areas working with local businesses and the types of businesses, to work with them very much, like a yellow curb or a white curb. We can look at something like that. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go with the Vice Mayor and then Ms. Pappen, and then we'll come back to you, Ms. Ann Schneider.
I think at the very least, whatever we charge, whether it's $1, $1.50, that it covers the cost for the next 10 years before there's a need to increase that amount. And so if you crunch the numbers, do your pencil sharpening, and it comes back, well, it's not $1, it's $1.25, then I think we need that information. I don't want to just say, oh, let's make it $1. And so I want to make sure that we're actually covering the cost and possibly having a modest reserve as well.
Yes. Yeah, I think there's, the way that we're seeing this document and giving this feedback tonight, we want to make sure that we provide as much information to you in a number of different scenarios. These are mostly Excel spreadsheets and things that we can kind of work different numbers. So if we can provide some clear tables that kind of show you at different price levels, this is kind of the revenue, the cost, the net income, that then allows you to then make those informed decisions. So,
okay, Ms. Pappen.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. This has to be a sustainable investment in the future here. So the more data we can come up with is important. And yeah, we don't want to be San Francisco as far as costs go here. So the $1 to $2 an hour, I think, is fair by the time we get there. I did like the mayor's idea, though, because in San Francisco, they will alert you on your phone when your time is about to expire. So I don't know what your proposal, as far as your kiosks, if they can handle something like that, or what we're looking at, that would be good to know as to the potential and the costs for each unit, if we can. Thank you.
I think a lot of phone app does that now. I think the one in Burlingame uses also does the same thing. I think it's more of an app-based feature.
San Mateo doesn't. I don't think Burlingame does it either. I mean, I've parked there.
I
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah, whatever vendor and software, you select to operate it, I think,
we'll have those features.
Helping people to stay in compliance. I think that's the key. All right, Ms. Ann Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Kalen, her laundromat, we've done the same thing, the laundromat on La Cruz and other businesses where you're schlepping stuff in or out. I know you can't predict where the business is going to be there forever, but if that ties in, City Manager, with what you said, maybe those are our drop-off zones on there that you can drop off and come back. I like that idea. I'm also a little bit worried about it being slightly regressive, but let's see what happens. I mean, if we're talking about apartment dwellers, I know that a lot of the people that live on the second floor of the mixed-use buildings on the frontage road, or you called it an access road, that they do park after 5 o'clock in the parking, which can impact some of the restaurants in there. So I guess that's another consideration. But thank you, Councilwoman Pappen, for bringing up the apartment dwellers and how we are respectful.
Yeah, my thought there, and we can study this as we progress, is to also have a residential permit parking program for multifamily in the central business district. So here's a parking pass, and they don't have to pay for the parking, right? And we work that out.
On the good news, CCAG, City County Association of Governments, did a study, and it found out that in Millbrae, for the people living on one block either side of El Camino Real, we have some of the highest percentage of people without cars. So it's an interesting, maybe because we're a train station.
If I could, yeah, I
Ms.
don't
Pepe.
think we can make the assumption, okay? My family at one point had a laundromat downtown. Okay, there's no place to park downtown. Let's not make the assumption that, we do want to provide access to the local businesses. That's considerate, but I do believe a lot of the people that live in the apartments on the downtown area don't have parking and do a lot of walking and whatever here. So let's not rule that out, but we need to explore every aspect of how it will impact not only the residents downtown, but the local businesses. I think that's fair. Thank you.
All right, so here, all right, go ahead.
In this question, we're discussing fees.
Number 2.
Yeah, in number 2 here, we're talking about fees. And earlier, Councilmember Pappen did mention fines. So when people go out of compliance, in your study, did you look at like kind of what other cities are charging for fines and what the fine policies are and those types of things? Should that be part of the discussion at this point, or is that something that comes later?
Yeah, that's something that we definitely want to, like, our financial projections include an assumption about enforcement and about fines. I don't have the number in front of me right now, exactly what that number is, but that's something that is an important policy point that we'll.
Perhaps I can try to help. I recently got a ticket in front of MQ. So that was about $42 or $46 thereabout. So there is what I'm trying to say here is there's an existing cost structure in place for these parking tickets.
It's regulated by state law, actually, under the vehicle code. Yeah.
So we could certainly, at the beginning of it, use whatever's existing structure that we're charging on these parking tickets, for lack of better words. I hate to say it that way. And then we can reevaluate as we move forward, how to adjust these values on these parking
Smart
tickets.
technology for residents, community members, I think it's $46, but the mayor's cost was $72.
We need to have a more equitable discussion on this. But I'm just trying to provide some direction on question number 2 in terms of pay parking cost. We want to do it in such a way that enables our local businesses to stay competitive. I think that needs to be the lenses at which we look at making this decision. I'm not going to sit here and tell you what that number should be at this point. But perhaps it might be helpful to, first of all, reach out to the businesses and see what they think. Number 2, maybe do some analysis as to, what the competitive advantages would be at a certain price tag. Because at the end of the day, as we make those decisions, we need to look through the lenses of how to ensure that our downtown businesses stays highly competitive. And also balancing that with, certainly the Vice Mayor and Ms. Pappen said a moment ago, that needs to certainly self-sustain. And I'm pretty sure we will, based on the cost model that you have so far presented to us, that the cost of initial implementation is a percentage of what the first year or second year's projected revenue would be. So with that said, I'm comfortable with, moving forward to do some more analysis on how to stay competitive for our businesses, so we can come back with a recommendation on what the hourly rate should be. On the second part,
Can we, real quick?
let me finish and then I'll promise I'll let you speak after. In terms of how large the area should be for the residential parking program, we need to look at it through the lenses where the area we designate is there to protect those residents, to ensure that they have a parking space available in front of their houses. It's not to penalize them, to make them go get a permit, but rather ensure that this new fee-based parking program does not put them into a disadvantage by folks, driving up a couple blocks and try to park in residential neighborhood where it's free. So that's the lenses at which we need to look through it, and I would be in favor to expand that a bit more, just so that we can protect more residents, to ensure that they have parking in front of their residence. And Sam, perhaps we can look at the cost structure to implement these parking permits. As more residents are getting these parking permits, perhaps the cost could be adjusted so that it comes to more of a neutral cost in terms of the issuance and the management, all of it. You know, if everybody gets a break, that would be great as we issue more and more of these parking permits. So that's the angle at which we need to try to drive to these decisions, if that makes any sense in terms of a direction. Okay? Ms. Pappen.
Yeah, just as far as impact, how much revenue do we get these days from violations, or does that go directly to the county? I think I saw it in our budget.
It has to come back to us. We do have that number.
Yeah, of a $46 ticket, I think we get $4 or $6 out of the.
Oh, we only
We
get
do
a
not
percentage of that?
We get very, very low.
Yeah, so that's
Extremely
why.
low.
Would we, I'm sorry, would that still be impact, if we put up the meters, does that change in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, well, this is a good question. I think it's going to evolve. I think that if we implement, full-blown parking program like this, then the discussion is, how do we want to manage it and implement it? Do we want to have our own administrative citation and parking enforcement officers, and we keep that under our umbrella versus, contracting that out with the county or somebody else? To the mayor's point, San Mateo contracts out their parking program. And Sam is doing some research with their public works director, and I think that is a good way to start and commence as we build into it, and then we see how it stabilizes, and then maybe have our own, like I said, parking enforcement program and administrative citation program.
What would the benefits be to having a full-fledged parking district?
Yeah, I think it would be. I think it would be under the parking authority, of which the city council, under law, is the parking authority. And then under that umbrella, or that hat, I should say, on the parking authority, then would dictate that policy.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, the city attorney said, it would be through parking authority law. And like an enterprise, right? Like our sewer enterprise, water enterprise, this would be a parking enterprise.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I mean, I think if you use your parking authority as a tool and as a separate enterprise, you'll have more flexibility than if, as a city council, you implement this program and the revenue comes into your general fund. I think state statutory law will kind of govern how the parking citations are managed, et cetera.
Okay, Councilmember, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor. We lost our questions because I missed a little bit of who's collecting. We're getting $6 out of a $42 fine? Okay,
Yes, I
so
think he said $4.
This council person, $4, $6 out of 42, that's not good. Let's figure out a system that money stays locally and goes right back into, as Planning Commissioner Nate Chan said, then let's use it to improve downtown and make it better. That would be my direction on that. And I thought that kind of fit under number 3.
Yes.
How would we implement a paid parking?
And that would be the next discussion, yeah. All right, so did you have enough?
Yes.
For question number 2?
Yep.
All right, okay, let's move on to question number 3.
So how would the council want to implement the paid parking, a paid parking program? And this is looking at.
So for discussion, and when we come back, one of the things that we would be doing would be to compare what other cities are doing, find out what their policies are and bring that back and compare what, South San Francisco is doing, San Bruno, Burlingame, and San Mateo. That way you guys, you as a council knows what other jurisdictions are doing and can, provide us some direction.
Trying to understand exactly what question you want us to answer here and the direction you want us to provide.
Yeah, I think this is around, and I think we've already touched on a number of these points, which is really around You've been providing lots of great feedback on the type of additional analysis, the kinds of questions and the other considerations, things like other loading and other things around that. We've talked a lot about enforcement. So there's a number of, this is really about the implementation piece. And then as Sam was saying, like there's whether the city stands up its own department and does this or whether it goes to a third-party vendor. There's a whole range of different kinds of deployments in there that, that can then manage this. And so it seems like here, really this is about like an implementation table really for everyone here to kind of understand. These are all the different steps. These are the pros and cons, the risks for each of these things. And so similar to as we bring the financial projections in a range so that you have different scenarios to kind of look at, we can then provide, here are the 15 different steps, everything from the types of actions that the city would need to take around parking enterprise funds and things like that, versus to how you would actually procure, because there's turnkey solutions out there where somebody comes in and brings the vehicle, brings the software, handles all the back end transactions and everything. So and that's I think what Sam was saying is that the cities here in the peninsula are doing a range of different things, and we can make sure that we communicate that.
So how about this? Looking at the detail of your question number 3, you have a number of things, a number of parameters in there that you want some answers to. So like timing, additional outreach, coordination with BID. Let's just take it one question at a time, sub-question, and see what everybody thinks of it. Timing, how does everybody feel about it? Anybody want to chime in? As far as I'm concerned, I think we need to be ASAP. That's my answer to you, but.
I agree with the mayor, let's do this, but I liked what you said, compare the various ways we could roll it out, including cost to us, on all of that. Everything you said there.
Right, because the cost is a major thing, considering what we've been talking about with the kiosk versus the mobile payment. So I think, right, being able to bring all this back to you in a way that shows you different options for how this.
Yeah, I think mobile payment is a necessity in order to be cost effective on the implementation of it. And I mean, we need to implement it for the future, certainly. And be mindful, also, we also have an aging population that we need to make sure that they know how to use it and be able to bring them along, certainly. So there's need to be a balance here on certain areas where, these implementation could enable our senior population to be more easier to adopt to this program. I mean, I'm not saying that the seniors don't know how to use technology. I'm just saying there's certainly a learning curve to all of us to doing that. So there's a consideration there.
Sorry, Mayor, I should have brought this up earlier. I hate parking meters because I used to get so many parking tickets at UCLA. So I prefer parking garages where I pay when I leave. Can we have at least somewhere in our options of parking one of those pay as you leave? So if you're going to go downtown, you just want to see what's there. You don't want to have to keep checking your watch or waiting for a text. I would just throw that out there. One option, the older we get, the slower we move. And if we're out with our friends and we just want to enjoy and we don't want to have to be doing this, let's just pay at the end. I'm not saying don't pay. Have one option where you can pay and not worry about a 2-hour or a 4-hour.
I'm trying to understand what exactly that entails.
Mayor,
It's just a mix of parking garages.
Yeah, so when it comes to parking garage planning, look at, instead of having parking turnover, look at just the supply and then having pricing as, maybe it's an hourly rate, which you pay like typical, right? You leave and flat range per hour or something, versus trying to achieve parking turnover. Because this is about achieving parking turnover, right? And then providing more supply as we grow. Because that's one of the things that's kind of not missing here, but that we need to plan for, right? Is the growth and development, because we do, as I mentioned, in some areas of Broadway, we allow residential development now with the downtown specific plan not to have parking. Right? And so what is that when those projects come in? How do we partner with them in public-private partnership to, offset that parking demand? Because there is going to be some parking demand. Is it 1 per unit? Is it 0.5 per unit? Is it 1 for every 10 units? Who knows? But this is a plan to get us moving in that direction. But I understand what you're saying, council member, which is just look at a flat rate for a parking garage versus turnover. We can look at that.
Yeah, but the question we're trying to answer is timing, right, of this implementation of this program. Ms. Patton?
Yeah, I would like to see us proceed here. My question is, with our parking authority here and detaching from the county, what that cost would be? Is there any technicality if we take it over? I know there will be additional cost to us, so we need to evaluate what that would be, how that would balance out as far as fines, processing fines, and dealing with all of that.
Yeah, that's right. And hearings on the administrative citation for a parking
You have to have hearings, is that what you
citation,
were saying?
which is no longer criminal. It's like an administrative citation program. And so, yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
this is going to impact the feasibility and sustainability for us here. So I don't know if you've done that before, but
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, since we have the green light to keep going tonight, then we will.
Then we'll
you
come
know,
back with more
we'll
details.
Come back with more details and analysis and modeling.
and I think that will be reflected too in what some other cities do.
Right.
Because San Mateo has their own police department, so I think we can find some of those answers there. That would be great.
And also to your point earlier about the different details of the cost too. So, I mean, the administrative process to kind of deal with the fines and everything, that's kind of baked into that $700, but per space per year, it's building up to that overall total cost. But we can break that out a little bit more because I think that's going to be important here, so.
Okay, but on the question of timing?
Sooner rather than later, I guess, is that what
Okay,
you're looking
sooner.
for?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good.
Okay.
I'm trying to, trying to drive it. Okay. Good. Okay, all right. So you get a thumbs up. Okay. All right. Additional outreach. I think the additional outreach is important, both the business and especially the immediate downtown, close to downtown residents. Additional outreach is certainly important. That's my take.
I agree as well, to really, when it comes to potentially expanding the boundaries, that there should definitely be more community outreach for our residents.
Okay, thanks, Vice Mayor. Anyone else? Nodding head? Nodding head? Happen? Okay, all right, so additional outreach is a yes. Coordination with BID. Until we have one.
Right.
I guess that's a,
Wait.
come back for that.
Well, so if I may, so Mr. Chan kind of didn't, I mean, maybe he doesn't have the information. I know he's a planning commissioner, but we are moving forward.
Yes.
We have relaunched after the pandemic, the BID, and so that's a work in progress. Yep.
So can that be part of the community outreach?
Yes.
Can we double up? In other words, BID and whatever information we're seeking here.
That wouldn't necessarily come
Instead
from
of
this particular
doing
consultant, so we might have to double team that.
Yeah. I
The
mean,
BID 's
why do it
focused-
twice, in other words?
Yeah.
I know the BID is the property owners, I get that. However, if we are doing community outreach, I think this would be important as to how it would impact a BID. I guess that's the best way to look at it. Thank you.
Mr. Wilkinson, do you have a comment? No, not yet? Just getting ready? All right, okay. Anyone else?
I guess we should say Business Improvement District. We use too many acronyms.
I know. All right, okay, so council resolution, I think it's a little early for that. Parking enterprise funds, I think, just like what our legal counsel has advised us a moment ago, I think it would make sense for us to consider all of this in the context of a parking authority and a parking enterprise fund, so that would help us as we bring in these revenue and then as we fund the parking authority from our general fund funding it. Is that how it's going to work, Joe?
Yeah, I really need to look at that for you.
Okay, all right. So you come back with us?
We'll be coming back. You know, I have to tell you, in my many years with Millbrae, this is not the first time this council has looked very carefully at parking, considered a parking garage, but this is the first time that I feel like something may happen. So we will look at this issue.
Take that as a
and get
compliment.
back to you. Up until now, it hasn't ever been a real issue, but I feel like we are there. And so we'll give you some guidance on what the parking authority can do, how it does it, and how it can help with the implementation of this program.
Right, because what I like to see is how does the current general fund structure versus the parking enterprise fund or parking authority
Yeah.
structure would give us the greatest, like, as you said, greatest flexibility,
Let's see what it does.
right? Greatest flexibility so that we can
And
implement
maybe
all these
some
visions that we
authority.
have.
Maybe
You know.
some authority that you don't otherwise have.
Right,
You
and
know,
how,
what authority would this parking entity allow you to exercise that you
'Cause-
don't currently have?
because I would imagine one key point as we discuss enforcement, right? Administrative hearing, right? How does, if it is general fund, how do we do that?
Right.
Whereas if it is parking authority, then we can commend some sort of a, maybe parking authority commissioner to either a hearing officer, for example. I'm just envisioning here, that could potentially work. But again, would certainly love to have legal counsel come back with some recommendation. Anyone else? I don't mean to dominate it here. Anyone else? Okay, is that enough
Yeah.
direction?
What I was just going to add to that is just that we can develop this kind of implementation matrix table that has timing and all these different issues so that it's clear to the council, like what has to be done first, second, third, timings.
And we can bring back, the authority under, you have your parking authority hat under state law versus your general law hat and answer those questions, Mayor.
Okay, perfect. What does you mean by procurement? What is it that you need?
Well, and that's kind of related to that third-party vendor. It's just that the ultimately who would then be the operator,
What's the cost benefit of
Yes.
different scenarios that we'll bring back?
Yeah.
But is this specifically regarding the parking program, like which apps to use or which vendor to go with?
Correct.
Okay, so so you will need to come back with several options, I guess?
Correct.
With a matrix as
With that
to
implementation.
which app has which capabilities. And then as we look at the benefits of this different matrix, then we can come up with some selection. Anyone else? Any comments on that? Ms. Pappen?
Sorry, real quick, because I get the overlap here. Yes, if we are pursuing our own enforcement, then how do you take that to a certain level here? For instance, I'm on the Bridge Authority, and so when people don't pay, and we have a whole program to help people pay and all of that stuff, if they don't pay, then it goes to the DMV, and there's a lien put on their license. So I don't know how far, if we are running it, how far that goes. I know that's way out there, but you do have to think of, people could just say, I'm not paying that, and go on forever.
Well, we'll
So,
bring that back, I think, Councilmember and Mayor and full council on that analysis, an administrative citation program versus a vehicle code citation, and provide that.
yeah, I don't have an answer.
Yeah.
Just asking.
All right. So is that enough for question number 3?
Yes.
All right, okay. Question number 4. Before you ask question number 4, I have a feeling that we need to sort of
Preface this a little.
rethink this question a bit. I think, the proper question, if I may suggest, just is that whether or not the council support a parking garage at city-owned parking lot in general, and then come back with some priorities here, rather than a specific one.
I think that's right, Mayor. So is it, does council's direction concur with staff looking at the feasibility
Right.
of all of our assets, whether it's up on Park, whether it's the city parking lot next to 7-Eleven, whether it's where Farmers Market is.
Right.
So looking at the feasibility, because I know the city very well. This would not be my first recommendation for a public parking garage. I think there's 2 other assets. One was mentioned tonight already. The other is where we have our farmers market, I think are much more feasible in priorities than this particular parking lot.
Yeah, so if you can reframe the question
Yeah.
as to, does the council support a parking garage at city-owned parking lot, explore
The feasibility.
the feasibility of that program? And then we can come back with detail later as in which one first, which one's next, and so on, and the mechanism at which that gets done.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Schneider?
Because I always have to complicate things. If we're looking at city properties, which I completely agree, for a parking structure of some form, is it too soon to think of it as a mixed use? Or would mixed use be one of the sets of options to look
I
at?
think that that's what I would like to also analyze. How do we get the highest and best use out of our assets with a public parking component?
Right.
And that's,
And I think the answer to that possibly is depending on which lot we're talking about. And each lot will have a different highest and best use and suitable use based on the location where they are.
And just to add on to that, and I'm trying to think of which city, I think it's San Mateo, has done work where they've put in more transit-oriented housing, and they've been monitoring the parking situation. So, and have been looking at, and I call it daytime, nighttime, but I think there's a better term. What's the right term for people come into work, they park. It's what we were going to do at Sarah Station before high-speed rail. You know, trained people could come in during the day, Caltrain BART, but at night the residents could park. So what do we call that, and can we include that in the study?
so, Mayor, if I may, so I
Yes,
think
please.
this is a very good point, and something to add on is looking at, when we study these pro formas and feasibility, is that shared parking concept. So parking
Right.
during the day for, commercial and residential parking in the evening.
Yeah.
The demands
it's-
overlap between
Yeah.
different uses.
And that might work really well for, say, the restaurateurs who employees are coming in from over the bridge or something like that. They'll have a place, the car is safe, and it opens up the street parking for customers.
Yeah, I kind of call it a comprehensive centralized parking strategy for all the downtown businesses and residential parking, so that we increase the ground floor retail capabilities of our downtown properties, because every square foot in downtown storefront, it's potential businesses for our property owners and business owners, and therefore sales tax revenue.
Can I add one more thing, just
Go
because
ahead.
you may not know us, is that a lot of our existing Broadway retail is so small that it's harder to attract retail. I know everybody keeps saying retail, it's going to go away completely. I believe we're going to get some retail back, but if we have the spaces that can attract the current type of retail, whatever it might be, and my understanding is they just need a little bit more space.
Yeah, the Center Street Garage in Berkeley has, it's kind of wrapped on both sides with retail. That all seems to do pretty well. So there's lots of different models for that. And I think the footprint is just one model. The Magnolia lot was just the largest lot that we could kind of play with that kind of footprint that we showed. But I think there's other versions of that we can look at the different sites and then see kind of what works and then be able to present that back.
Okay, all right, excellent. So as far as I'm concerned, number 4, I would be in favor to study further and to go deeper in peripheral parking garages in city-owned parking lot. We'll come back with more detail in terms of priority, which one first, which one's next, and which one fits in what lot. I think that needs to be an individual discussion, but I would be in favor to dig deeper into that direction. Anybody else? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, all good to go. So, you got everything you need today?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
That's
Thank you,
the
Mayor.
action for tonight.
Very good direction tonight, so thank you for that. I know it's overwhelming, a lot of information, but just know that we'll continue to just step by step and figure this out.
Okay, so item number 9, new business, discussions and direction regarding the draft tree protection and urban forestry ordinance. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce our Community Development Director, Mr. Andy Mogensen, for a presentation. And again, very similar to this last item, this is an action item, but it is not for adoption of the ordinance. It's just for direction of the council as we, prepare and evolve the ordinance. So we'll take the direction provided tonight by the City Council, refine the ordinance, and bring it back in the future to the council.
Thank you. Director.
Good evening. So with that, I'm back this evening with to discuss another ordinance with you. I think we're on a roll. This is my 3rd in a row. So next slide, please. So this is reflective of one of the council's annual goals, and we're following up on that annual goal that was established last May. I'm sure you're all familiar with that goal, and this is just reflecting what. Next slide, please. So we're here tonight to talk about the draft tree protection ordinance that has been prepared. Before we get started and jump in, I just want to give you a brief overview. There are already a foundation in place for a number of items that we don't really have to worry about in the tree ordinance. So for example, when it comes to tree care standards, there's already an established best practice and industry standard for that, so we don't have to repeat that. For example, how to prune a tree properly. And that's the ANSI A300 tree care standards, and that's baked into this ordinance. There's also a requirement by the state of California that tree contractors have to hold a state contractor's license. That's also baked into the ordinance. And then there are definitions of who qualifies as a professional arborist. That's baked into the ordinance as well. So we don't have to worry about going over those kinds of details. Next slide, please. So what generally goes into a tree protection ordinance? So first you need to identify what kind of trees are going to be protected under the ordinance. You have to identify what kind of tree work triggers the need for a tree permit. And in this case, we've got the categories of tree pruning, tree removal, and then the lesser categories you don't see as often of tree relocation. That's when you take like a mature tree and you might put it in a flatbed truck and move it down the street. You don't see that every day. Excavation in a tree protection zone when it's not already covered by an existing building permit, because building permits and planning entitlements already cover trees. So if you come in for a planning entitlement, we're going to be reviewing those trees and it's going to be included with that planning entitlement. On occasion, you do need to do something around a tree that might not be related to a building permit. So there's that too. And then planting a new tree in your street frontage. So like, let's say you don't have any trees in your street frontage at all and you want to put it in the public right of way. That might be an example of when you need to tell the city, I'd like to put this tree in and get permission. So the first two categories, tree pruning and tree removal, are really the bulk of the tree protection ordinance. Those are going to be the most common activities that people would apply for a tree permit. And just to jump on the next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about tree, next slide please. Tree pruning versus tree trimming. So in this ordinance, tree trimming does not require a tree permit. So if you remove less than 25% of a tree's mass, and that means roots or canopy, that would not trigger the need for a tree permit. So if you're going to do routine, regular tree maintenance on your own, you may never need to come in for a tree permit. It may be very, very rare that you ever need to come in. But if you do tree pruning, which is significant work that's typically done by a tree contractor, that would be more than 25% of a tree's mass, that would trigger need for a tree permit. So again, if you're keeping up your trees, you're maintaining them, you probably aren't going to need to come in for a tree permit very often through the life of that tree. And as I said, roots and canopy are included because if you cut back, let's say you cut back 10% of a tree's roots, you're going to find that 10% of the tree's canopy is going to be dead because the two work together in tandem. And that's the advice that all the arborists have given me in the preparation of this ordinance, so that you have to treat both the same. And that's why we say 25% of the tree's mass is that threshold. And so, like I said, there's a benefit to routine tree maintenance because keeping a tree in good condition would avoid the need for a tree permit. So, next slide, please. So we've created some new categories in this tree protection ordinance. And the first category is something that we do not have here in the city of Millbrae. A lot of cities have something along these lines. These are the most significant trees in a community. These are the General Shermans, the most famous trees that are symbols of the community. Trees of exceptional significance with respect to history, size, location, species, of age. So these are trees that the council has identified as worthy of special protection. And so we've created this new tool for establishing a tree as a heritage tree, and that would require bringing it forward to council in a resolution and having the council discuss the merits of whether the tree should be declared a heritage tree and then voting on that protected status. And so if a tree is designated a heritage tree, instead of the tree permit going at the staff level, it would have to go to the planning commission for approval. So it gives that designated tree, if you choose to protect a specific tree, it would give it that extra layer of review. So that's in the ordinance. But next slide please. But most trees are going to be in the category of what's called a significant tree. And a significant tree is effectively any tree measuring 10 inches in diameter that's not otherwise exempt. A 10-inch tree trunk is typically the point of maturity and establishment. It's the point where this tree has really gotten big. It has a significant canopy. It's providing a lot of shade, a lot of coverage. It's a valuable tree to the community. There's other types of significant trees baked into the ordinance that you wouldn't see as often. For example, as I mentioned earlier, planning entitlements regulate trees. So if there's a planning entitlement and identifies a tree as being a significant tree, it would also be considered so. If the tree is a replacement tree as a mitigation measure, or it's designated to be planted due to conditions of approval in a planning entitlement, for example, we would consider that a protected tree. And then any tree that's designated for something like carbon sequestration and storage or some kind of environmental mitigation under CEQA, if that was designated through, for example, like an EIR or something, we would also consider that to be a protected tree. There's the most important category is number one, and that would be any tree measuring 10 inches. The next category, next slide, please. And then there are trees that just are never going to require a tree permit. These are trees that are invasive, they're nuisance trees. These are basically the trees that are not covered. No matter what, they would never require a permit. Acacia trees are not native. Most of these trees are kind of what I would say a nuisance tree. Fruit trees are they're unique in that people grow them for food. They might be growing something in their yard, so that wouldn't be something that you would trigger a tree permit because maybe you're using your tree for oranges or something along those lines. So these are trees that would be exempt from the tree protection ordinance. And these were all recommended by arborists and as well as the CEAC committee. Next slide. And then the other thing is if you remove a tree, because that's a big part of a tree protection ordinance, is what do you do for a tree removal? So if you're on public property, if it's a street tree, in the ordinance it says that the city really has the ultimate discretion on how many trees to replace and where to put them, because obviously it's in the public right-of-way. But we do have a replacement tree formula in the ordinance that is for trees on private property, because again, this ordinance, unlike the current ordinance that only applies to the public right-of-way and people's street frontages, this applies to private properties as well. So anybody's tree in their front yard or backyard or whatnot. And so when you remove a tree, we have this replacement formula. And this was recommended to us by our arborist. So depending on the trunk diameter of that tree, it's a progressive formula for tree replacement. So the bigger the tree, the more trees you would replace it with. And this was what was recommended to us. This is a similar formula that you find in other communities. The arborist has said that in fact a smaller box-sized tree with a smaller caliper trunk is more likely to be successful when you plant it than a much larger tree from a nursery, because they establish themselves faster. They tend to do better when planted. So we have this progressive formula. If you have a really big tree that's more than 24 inches, you've got a few choices. You can do 4 small trees or 1 really big tree. And then applicants also have the option of paying into an in lieu tree replacement fund. And they can do an option of the fund and a tree. So example, if you want to just put in 1 tree, you can do that and pay into the in lieu fund. So there's that formula. And that's baked into the draft ordinance. Next slide, please. I mentioned earlier the ordinance contains provisions to protect tree roots. Tree topping and pollarding in the ordinance is prohibited. Tree topping is literally when you come in and you just lop off the top of the tree, because trees grow from the top. That's something that you never want to do. No arborist would ever recommend that. And then pollarding is something that was discussed quite a bit at the CEAC. There was there really wasn't any debate, actually. They had a universal opinion on the matter. Next slide, please.
So Andy, maybe you can explain what pollarding is. Okay.
I have this slide. Pollarding is a type of tree pruning, and you can see in the slide before you, these are examples of pollarded trees. And the CEAC was unanimous in their recommendation for not allowing tree pollarding in the city. We do have some trees here and there that are pollarded in the city. Yeah, and this is an example. You can see the one slide, which is like, kind of a country road. It's a kind of a French style of landscape manicuring, but you can see on the other slide, what the downside is of tree pollarding can be, and then you have these kind of very unsightly street trees, and this is really what why the ordinance doesn't allow tree pollarding, is because more often than not, you don't end up with, you end up with something that's not as attractive. So this is, pollarding is something, I actually didn't know what pollarding was until last fall, quite frankly, and I feel, I'm not kidding, I learned a lot about trees through this whole process. By the way, we did this ordinance in-house. We did not hire a consultant to do it, so just want to point that out. Next slide, please. I had to learn a lot quickly. So, of course, another part of trees is fees and processing. We do not currently charge a fee for a tree permit here at the city of Millbrae. Public Works, the current code only applies to trees in the public right-of-way. These are trees in your street frontage. So people can go in, the fee is, it's a no permit, free tree permit fee. But you do have to get an encroachment permit if the tree service has to come and do the work from the right-of-way where, like, for example, you have to close the street or put up cones or put some traffic control device up. When that happens, Public Works charges $356.98 according to the current fee schedule for any work in the public right-of-way. That's standard for anybody who does work in the public right-of-way. And so, like I said, right now they're free, but $356 if you need to close down a portion of the street. We get about 8 tree permits a week, so we get quite a few. We are proposing to charge a tree permit fee at the standard hourly rate. So if you come in and you're getting a tree permit fee on your private property, since we figure that's going to take a bit of time, some correspondence back and forth, a plan check, we're recommending to charge the standard hourly rate. And the hourly rate blended in community development is $248 an hour. That was per the fee study adopted last summer. Heritage trees, we're proposing a deposit of 4 hours of staff time because that would require scheduling the item of planning commission. We have to prepare the plans, write a staff report. And that would be a deposit. So if we spend less, you get a refund. If you spend more, we just say, okay, we went overtime a little bit, and, let the applicant know. But just to give you an idea what neighboring cities charge for tree permits, next slide, please. So just to give you an idea what our neighboring communities do, some of them do it depending on the type of tree permit you're getting. Burlingame, if it's a public right-of-way tree, they're charging $75. As I said, we're no fee. Private property tree permits are $150. Hillsboro's pretty consistent. That's a $274 fee. We're proposing a $248 an hour tree permit fee for the private property. Street trees are currently no fee. Pacifica is roughly the same as what we're proposing. They charge $250 an hour for a tree permit, and heritage trees are a $1,000 deposit. San Bruno charges a different fee for pruning, removal, replacement. San Mateo also does not charge for a street tree permit, and they charge $100 for the pruning of a tree, and then there's a varying price for tree removal, which is quite a bit more than what we're proposing tonight. And you can see South San Francisco. Apparently they do have trees in South San Francisco, so, sorry, that was a joke. Next slide, please. So the recommendation tonight, this is up for discussion and feedback. The draft ordinance before you tonight contains the recommendations of our arborist, Walter Levinson. He was very gracious in giving us a review of this and feedback. This also was reviewed extensively by the Community Enhancement Advisory Committee. They assisted and advised on the preparation of this ordinance as a part of their work program. We met with them on January 2nd and again on February 6th about this draft before you tonight. And the ordinance that you see this evening contains the recommendations of the CEAC. They unanimously recommended approval of this draft ordinance at their February 6, 2024 meeting with all members present. It was a great meeting. It was actually, I think, the longest CEAC meeting we've ever had. It was very productive, and they're very excited because they got a lot of work programs out of this too, which makes me happy too. Next slide, please. So as I said, tonight's item is just answer questions, get feedback from you regarding the draft tree protection ordinance, and then we'll be taking your feedback tonight and coming back to you at a subsequent meeting with the direction that you give on this ordinance for first reading. So happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you for this detailed report. I have some opening questions and a few comments, and then I'll open it up for every council members and then to the public, and then we'll come back for some directional discussions. So the first question here is Director and City Manager, has there ever been any complaint in the past that you're aware of in our city regarding a property owner cutting down a heritage or significant tree in his own or her own backyard that the rest of the entire neighborhood is deeply in love with?
The equivalent.
Has there been that you know of?
I've only been here a year, so I would.
City Manager?
Yeah.
He's been living here for 20 years.
So
Maybe more.
I have never received a complaint for somebody in private property, public property, or within the right of way, the street trees.
We're talking about
yes.
private property.
No, not for private property.
I haven't heard anything in the time I've been here, no.
Okay. All right. Okay, go ahead. Just one quick comment.
Okay, I have put complaints on neighbors who've cut down what should be heritage trees and have done so, especially during COVID when a lot of trees came down. Many neighbors complained when PG&E came down and cut down what would have been heritage trees
PG&E
on
cut them
Richmond.
down.
PG&E cut down heritage pine trees on Richmond. Took the city years to try to get them to come back and plant 2-foot crepe myrtles. PG&E also came down and cut down huge, I know they're eucalyptus trees, behind Nandina and Quardo. There have been a number of complaints. Over the years, we've never had a process to register them.
Okay, all right.
I'll add another one. Caltrain has been cutting down trees before electrification and leaving huge stumps in their way. So that's private land. It's publicly owned, but private land.
Okay, all right. Ms. Pappen, you want to say a few things?
Yeah.
Because I do have a long list of things I want to go through, but,
You want to?
all right, so let me finish and then I'll come back and get back to you. All right, thank you. One discussion? Legal counsel, you have something?
No, we were just a staff discussion on if this applies to PG&E within their right of way, and I do not think it does. But we'll verify that.
All right, we'll come back to that. Hold on to that question. So when I first heard the tree ordinance, I was under the impression that I was excited because I was under the impression that it's an ordinance that promote new tree planting and creating attracting streetscapes throughout the city and et cetera. And I think I just heard it's a tree protection ordinance, not just a tree planting ordinance. So when I first look at a tree ordinance, I think from my perspective, the goal should be to focus on creating a new urban forestry that would beautify the city and define the character of our streetscapes and common space. And to that end, we should be focusing on protecting and properly maintaining trees in the public right-of-way. And also perhaps, utilities, among utility lines as well. Whereas it's utility-owned or other city-owned property. So when I say the context of private property, I really mean like personally, privately owned property. So, and creating and planting new trees whenever there's like a new sidewalk being done, or new development or major additions are being completed, that's how I see a tree ordinance should achieve. And we need to be very careful and not to infringe into private property rights here, and we're not in the business of limiting what people could or could not do with their private trees within private properties. So oftentimes, ordinance such as this may have unintended consequences. And for example, if certain home additions or redevelopment projects require a tree to be relocated somehow or removed or replanted, these ordinances could end up costing months, if not years, of extra time delay in permitting and tens of thousands of dollars in arborist reports and extra permitting costs. So, and hearing, right? Because you said a moment ago that private tree cutting could result in a hearing process. So perhaps even becoming a reason, possibly, for neighborhood oppositions, because I've seen many of those in the past, and I personally have experienced some of those in the past. So we don't want these ordinances to impede the production of new housing in our city here. So we should also have in the past issued, I think we've also in the past issued administrative directives to our planning and building staff, such as the London Plain Street tree requirements, and another one in the Bayside Manor neighborhood as well, I think, where we require new trees to be planted before a final occupancy permits is issued on a new construction or major additions. So we should discuss how to codify some of these tree producing directives into this ordinance, I think, and create a more vibrant and character-defining streetscapes that brings character throughout their city. So that's how I see a successful tree ordinance should be able to focus on and achieve. But that's my comment. And then we'll go with Ms. Pappen and then Ms. Schneider after.
Yes, my question.
Anybody else who wants to talk?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
My question was the accountability of PG&E as far as this goes here, and also Caltrain. I mean, they are not exempt from these type of things. And then I'm a little confused here. Are we actually going to make people pay a fee for maintaining a tree in front of their home? Because they already have to pay for the broken sidewalks and everything else, and now we're tacking on
We're
another
not
fee?
recommending to charge a fee for work in the public right away, so that would remain unchanged.
But we have several homes along some of our most glorious streets that have, the front yard, and then there's a walkway, and then there's a little area where they have trees, and they're held responsible for, again, repairing the sidewalk on all of that. And some of these may be heritage trees, I'm unaware. So is that what we're trying to do here? Those trees should be maintained, absolutely, and sadly, I've seen some of them come down and
What we're trying to do is to get people to, this affects trees that need significant work. So as I said, it's a 25% pruning threshold.
Who
And that's the kind of-
determines 25% too? I mean,
Well-
how are you going to know?
Well, there are ways to know. I'm not an arborist, obviously. The state of California does require work that's significant tree work to be done by a licensed contractor. So just like you have to get a building permit, in this case, we would check that to make sure that they've got a tree maintenance person who's going to be doing the work properly, because it's significant tree work. If it's less, if it's minor tree maintenance, it won't trigger a permit.
Can I interrupt you right there? Okay. Can we keep a list online of which tree companies get a business license and are licensed? Because a lot of times people are stuck and they'll just go through whatever pages to find someone who trims trees.
We certainly can keep a list of every tree company that has a business license in the city.
That would be helpful.
we can
And
also-
are
yeah.
licensed to
And our
do what
licensed
they
contractors,
do.
yes.
So, if I may,
Sure.
one of the ways to do that is to have the city issue an RFP for tree companies, or RFQ, I should say, request for qualifications. Then the city reviews those, make sure that they're licensed, we vet them, and then we retain them. And then we build a list to say, okay, public, these are the list of certified tree companies that the city has awarded, contracts to.
That would
And then that
probably
way,
be
I think
helpful.
I'll look to the city attorney, and that way we don't get into, okay, you have a business license and we just throw you on a list and they haven't been vetted. We don't know if they're actually licensed. We don't know if they're in good standing. So I think my recommendation on that, Councilmember, would be this RFQ, but I know other cities have done
Well,
this.
they do.
Yeah,
The good
yeah.
news is, like I said, though, the state of California already does this for us because they require, they have a licensed contractor standard.
Well,
But
then we
always-
should have a
but
link
if I
to
may,
how
but-
you check.
So we always have, even with state requires licensed contractors. I can't
Yes.
tell you how many unlicensed contractors we chase in
Yeah.
this city.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean,
We-
it is probably the most per capita that I've ever seen.
Yeah, we have to protect our residents here. So if I am an attorney, so somebody could go online to make sure I am active and whatever. I don't know if the state does that as far as licensing tree people.
Yeah,
But,
we can help.
Okay.
We certainly can help the public with this. It's a very valid it's a valid problem for anybody who needs someone to do any kind of work around the house. But yes, that is something that other cities do, and that is certainly something that can be done. The good news is I think that's something that we can do outside of this ordinance tonight as a supplement to the ordinance, to go along with it together.
Okay, you mentioned fruit trees, but it's not written here.
Root trees?
Fruit.
Oh, yes, fruit trees is listed on the exempt trees. It says fruit trees of any kind.
Okay, all right, so they're exempt.
Yes.
That's a good thing here. And then you're going into people's backyards. For instance, I had a tree that strangled itself, as they say. Yes, the roots twist around and it died. So was I supposed to get a permit? Is somebody supposed to get their permit? They die.
In
What
that
are you
case, we
supposed to
would
do?
be relying on, the good faith of the resident to let us know. If it's not a place, staff can't go into your backyard, obviously.
But I think the question is, under this ordinance, the way it's being proposed, to the council member's question, would she be required to go get a tree permit?
Under this ordinance, it would.
Yes.
That option can be changed. It could be limited to just your front yard. We don't typically regulate rear yard landscaping. For example, if you're coming in for most building permits, we're not going to look at your rear yard landscaping beyond building code related or water drainage issues.
Okay, two more things here. I hope you're exempting bonsai trees. I hope you're exempting bonsai trees.
They're too small.
Yes, thank you. Secondarily, so we have some very valuable homes on the hill, and a lot of the trees in neighbors' yards grow up and
Yes.
they take away from the views. So, those we do want to be very careful with here, but we do want to encourage neighbors to help support neighbors here in trimming, shall we say? So I hope we're being considerate to people who are being considerate to their neighbors, working together here. I do think the costs, as you've compared them here, ours are very high. And so I'm not very happy about that. Because I think you're just going to get more and more people incentivizing to not participate in the program. And we get lots and lots of that.
That is a very good comment.
So that's kind of, it's nice to see this. I guess we need to be clearer on our goal as to really encouraging people's participation, and I'm not sure I'm seeing that here. So if you can help me try to understand that, nice work, and I'm glad to see Walter is our arborist, because I started with him on community preservation, and he's very, very good. So
I very much appreciate his work. I forgot to give him credit at the beginning.
he's great. I have paid him to come to my house to evaluate. Yeah.
The purpose and intent of the ordinance is on the first page.
Can you bring that back up?
I don't have it on my PowerPoint. It's on page 1 of the ordinance. I can read it out loud if you want, but it's basically to establish and maintain the maximum amount of tree cover in the city, maintain public and private trees in a healthy and non-hazardous conditions through good arboricultural practices and community education programs, establish and maintain appropriate diversity in tree species and age classes to provide a stable and sustainable urban forest, to promote and maintain the value of property, and promote and maintain the aesthetic value of the community generally. Fun fact, this is actually already in our code. This is copied from the existing ordinance.
Okay, public, I'm a little confused with public-private.
Yes.
So can you help me?
So we added the word public private to these findings, but this is actually taken from our current tree
Yeah, but
preservation
what does
ordinance.
public mean? I understand what private
Yeah,
means.
public means the street trees in the public right-of-way, because the ordinance protects them currently.
But the resident is responsible for that.
Correct.
And the sidewalks and all of that. Okay, where is your definition as far as Mother Nature and her impact on trees, as well as death? In other words, we had sudden oak death and a whole bunch of things. So where does that responsibility fall, as far as a resident and your ordinance?
So if they had a tree that was effectively, let's just say it's dead, it's essentially going to become dead soon, they would, if it was on the street frontage or the private property, they would come get the tree permit, because if it was a large tree, larger than 10 inches, they're going to have a tree contractor come and take down the tree. When it's that big, it's pretty dangerous because you want to make sure it's taken down properly so it doesn't land on, a neighbor's house. And so we would basically look at that work and make sure that it's being done safely by someone who's, a licensed contractor and insured, because we don't want to see neighbors get, affected by, poorly, tree that's been taken down improperly. So we're doing this for life safety in that instance. And then they would say, okay, to replace the tree, we would look at what they wanted to replace it with, and that would be part of the permit as well.
So Mother Nature, my neighbor's tree fell over.
Yeah.
Fire department had to come out and clear the roadway. So
Yes.
what
there
happens
are provisions
in,
for an emergency here as
there
well.
are?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
There is a process in here for an emergency tree permit. Just like an emergency building permit, they would be coming in at the next opportunity, and they could do that when City Hall reopens. And fire, police are authorized to address that on the spot.
So, but in this situation of course, it had to be removed. It was partially removed by the fire department because the road was, are you requiring then another tree be planted?
If it was larger than 10 inches, yes, they'd have to plant a replacement tree for it. Or they could pay an in lieu fee. It's a choice.
Okay, I don't think, how do you educate people on that? So does the fire department say, hey, this big old tree fell down? Is there a report?
No, the city, well, we will have to help the homeowner, and we'll have to work on education. That's going to be a part of this if the ordinance is implemented.
So maybe you do want that.
Yeah.
There is an incident report, and it is documented, and it is communicated either by the fire department or our public works department. The incident report, whoever,
Well, I don't think it's getting to the city, just saying.
Yeah.
That you probably want to make sure it does to help a replacement.
That's an excellent point. And the CEAC discussed this at length as well about public education to go along with this. So, but that is an excellent point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great questions, and I'm sure the other council members will have, but if I can go backwards to Mayor Fung's, given that this is my 9th year on council and 8 years of trying to get this, most cities have a tree ordinance for both public trees and private trees. And the private can mean a resident, it can mean a commercial operation, and it can mean an institutional, which is one of my questions because we haven't talked about schools. Or it can talk about public agencies. We've only had the street tree ordinance. And we also, so step one, and we've got problems with our own street trees because of not really enforcing tree removals or replacement of trees that have died. The life of a street tree is very, very tough. They get beaten up a lot. However, we're now in the 21st century in a climate change world. And if we look at our climate action plan, you will see specific actions. And one of those is tree coverage. Now, trees, of course, absorb carbon, and I'm sorry I'm lecturing, and of course I love this, but they also provide cooling. And they also provide a range of other benefits to an individual property owner in terms of the value of the property, et cetera, et cetera. So within the work plan that we've approved for Community Enhancement Advisory Committee is first the ordinance, catch up with the ordinance. And we've had long discussions for months now of the public education to show the public how important trees are. We are also a tree city, which means the city sets aside $2 per capita for trees. And right now the city uses that to plant trees, public trees, in right-of-way areas. All of that, once we get the ordinance, once we have the ordinance, then MCAC has a public education subcommittee now, and they'll be working on how to roll this out to the public. And we have the same thing with the fees. It's like, no, we don't want people to hate trees. We want people to love trees on that. But a lot of that will be first the ordinance, the education, eventually the enforcement. I love the idea of hiring good tree contractors. I will tell you, as a house that has sort of 3 street trees, I've hired one tree company that used to operate a lot, but they turned them on something called lion's tails, which means a tall piece of wood and a little piece of green on the top, which turns out to be the bad way. And the last time I used a company that the city used to prune all the trees around the new rec center. And I have an oak tree, and they did a phenomenal job. That tree had never been pruned, and they did a phenomenal job. But so first you put the ordinances in place, the education in place, then the enforcement. And then there's a bunch of other things that community enhancement would really love to work on, especially on public trees, especially on street trees in front of mainly residential properties, is how can we collectively take care of the urban forest? And one option is something I've talked about in the past. Just before COVID, Public Works had some interns go out and look at all the raised sidewalks on 2 or 3 streets in the Highlands right behind City Hall. And if a resident wanted to sign up, the city did all the permitting, hired the contractor, and we were billed afterwards. So I had 3 or 4 sections of sidewalk replaced at that time, and it was a great program. I didn't have to deal with finding a contractor. I didn't have to get a permit. The city took care of all of that. That's another thing that'll happen after the ordinance is in place. There are a bunch of other enactment things. Historically, because I've been in this field decades, cities have, during various droughts or recovery from droughts, given trees away. The tree people in Los Angeles give trees, especially to inner city or neighborhoods with very few trees, but they do sign a contract with the resident that promises to water the tree, and they give them those tree water bags. So we're creating that next generation of tree care, especially in lower income neighborhoods on that. All of this is stuff that we can roll out. And the other thing that hasn't come to council is all of Millbrae, 2 blocks from Magnolia, and all of our east side is considered at high risk to heat waves now. Trees are a natural way to keep that colder. So when we start working more on climate resiliency actions, an urban forestry, good canopy coverage, whether it's in the front yards or the backyards or public or private property, will be a health measure of a community on that. And that's something I hope the East Side specific plan will look at, because one neighborhood there has very, very few trees. So Mayor, I don't know if that helps you understand that it's not intended to be punitive at all. It's intended to get the basic down for enforcement. Not saying that we're necessarily enforcing right away, because I would imagine as we work with the neighborhoods, we try to encourage them to, as Director Morganson said, trim them a little bit every year. Then they don't have to go through those big trims that are really hard on a tree on that. So it's going to take us years to put this back. Also keep in mind, we haven't done a tree inventory in Millbrae since 1992. And someday we're going to have, where's Mr. Batista, we approved the expenditure of $1 million to buy a GIS system for the city so that we can begin to track geographical information. And we can see where our current trees are, which neighborhoods are most at risk, and where we can help plant trees. With that said, Mr. Morganson, I thought a lot about pollarding. Pollarding has been a problem, especially in the Highlands and the Bayside Manor neighborhood. And we talked about it on backyards. And we the MCAC voted no pollarding, period. But to be honest, if somebody's pollarding something in their backyard, that's their backyard on that. Really, the goal with the sycamores and the London Plains is to create that arch over the streets, which will cool the streets down, which will slow traffic down, which will add property value and make it safer for people walking out in the sun. And there's a bunch of additional benefits, and all of that will come out in education on that. So, but this is just the first part on that. I would encourage us, when you come back, is all of the cities with not just public tree ordinances, but private tree ordinances. So we're comparing apples to apples on that. And that's something I didn't bring up on there. But does that help answer some of the questions on the steps on that? And the cool thing, historically, people may not know, we were a farm, we were a truck farm, and as Faye Dowdy will tell me, most of the early residents of Millbrae, the Maltese and the Italians, always had an oak tree, always had a plum tree, always had an apple tree. There were all of these set trees, and my backyard has all of them. They're almost 100 years old, so they're pretty decrepit. But we've had a lot of fruit trees, but people can cut their fruit trees like crazy, no permit, no nothing. But if my neighbors who had 2 huge oak trees, which blocked the noise from the airport into my house, they're gone. and I get blasted by airport noise. So there's a bunch of reasons why we need trees. And to Councilwoman Pappen, in terms of views, MCAC has in the past talked about a viewscape ordinance, but apparently they're almost impossible. Belmont tried, San Carlos tried, and gave up. It's just something that can't seem to get done. However, the city has a bunch of eucalyptus trees on Schultz Park, which has been closed for 30, 40 years, full of very dangerous eucalyptus trees. So maybe the city will have to do some of its own enforcement on itself. Because I get complaints from neighbors, they're afraid of those eucalyptus trees that run along Schultz Park above Taylor. So that's kind of the overview of what MCAC's doing, and there are all of these steps. This is step one.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Gahan, do you have anything?
I think most of the questions and comments I had have already come up. I think it might be worth considering the amount of the fees. I know we're attempting cost recovery, but looking at the list of other cities, we are quite a bit higher. And like Councilmember Pappen had said, we don't want to discourage people from complying and trying to do it behind the scenes. So maybe look at that.
Yeah, just, no, okay. All right, so, and just a couple comments real quickly, and then we'll take public comment, and then we'll come back. Just to address some of the things that you said a moment ago, Councilwoman Schneider, I believe people in general, love good trees. I want to believe that, and I do believe that. I like to think that if there is a good, maturely grown tree that creates canopy and shades, and I would want to trim it and maintain it in good order, because it does provide better property value. And I put a table underneath, and family can gather around. I mean, it's a good thing. I don't think anybody wants to just cut down a tree for the sake of cutting down a tree. I don't see it.
I only wish it were so.
But also, I think we really need to be more surgical about, separating private property versus public agency-owned properties. Because you mentioned a moment ago how some of these things has a kind of weird interplay. PG&E, for example, even though it is a privately owned company, but it does own a lot of land in terms of public easement, public utility easements, and then there's a lot of trees and vegetations in there that certainly requires pruning and trimming just to keep our transmission line safe, distribution line safe. So there is a portion of that needs to be considered carefully as we move forward here. But I cannot emphasize enough that, we need to be sensitive to the property owners and not create unintended consequences and infringing on their rights and creating financial burdens, right? A couple council members mentioned that, not to create financial and statutory burdens to private property owners. We just need to be very surgical about our approaches here, rather than sort of a broad stroke approach. Because as we look at private property, we need to find that more carefully and a little bit more granular as we look through that.
I just wanted, just so that the public understands, during the electrification of Caltrain project, early meetings, so about 8 years ago, Caltran, if a city has an ordinance on a tree replacement ratio, that's what they use. Millbrae did not have one, so the trees that they cut down along the train tracks, which provide noise barriers, was a 1-to-1 replacement. They've cut trees down, they haven't replaced any yet. Burlingame with a tree ordinance had a 4-to-1 replacement. So especially with public agencies, we need this ratio of replacements on there. SFO doesn't want us to have any trees at all because they see trees equal birds equal bad for planes, and that's not true either. So, but especially with public agencies, I think there is a difference in there. And Caltrain's used it. I was at that meeting. I think Councilwoman Pappen was there too, when Caltrain said, well, Millbrae, you don't have an ordinance, so you're only going to get 1 tree for every one we cut down. And I was there. And yet Burlingame's getting 4-to-1. But that's because we haven't done our homework. We haven't done City Manager, what do we call it? We haven't put the framework in place. The toolbox, you use a term.
The tools in our toolbox.
Yeah, I don't know how long ago that was. It must have been probably a decade ago.
It was 2016. 2016, 2017.
Okay.
And if you go along Hemlock, you can see it. Or you go along Monterey Linear Park, you can see it.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. So, but I do believe that there is a merit to look at some of the current administrative directives that were provided to our staff in terms of planting new trees for every X amount of street frontage for either a new development or major addition, for example, prior to finalizing that permit. So I think there's an opportunity here to codify some of those good practices that we have been doing. So I encourage all of us to look in light of those as we move forward with this ordinance. Unless there's any other comment from this council, I'd like to take some public comment. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor, just on that direction, and I think the direction I'm getting is, and from all the council, this seems a little bit more punitive than, what's the word I'm looking for, than trying to
Encourage.
Encourage and I wrote it down here. Encourage tree planting and tree preservation, right? Instead of, the punitive approach. So right now, what the mayor is talking about is, I have an administrative directive that anywhere where there was a street tree before, if somebody comes in for a remodel of their home, then it's required to replant those street trees at 20 or 30 foot on center, depending on where utilities are and drainage and that type of thing. And we work with the property owner and actually work with the neighbors. We pay for that tree, about $250, a little less than $250 per tree. So city pays for it, the contractor plants it, and the homeowner agrees to maintain it. And so maybe we can look at encouragement of that. And then as these new trees are planted, a pruning, and tree maintenance program, I think, kind of like I've talked about benefit assessment districts and going out to the neighborhoods for that. So we can look at more encouragement, the stick and carrot approach.
Sure.
Maybe we look at the carrot approach a little bit more in detail than the stick approach on this,
Yeah,
is what I'm hearing.
And we're also going to be looking at landscaping with our new objective design standards program that's been kicked off recently. So that'll include updated standards for front yard landscaping as well.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I was just going to add, in addition, I totally agree to a tree inventory, but if we need to fast track a GIS system or even utilizing AI for that purpose or some of our service groups, but a tree inventory is definitely warranted. You can't talk about an urban forestry without knowing where the trees are and how to maintain them. And that serves as a resource for our residents as well as knowing, hey, this is what type of tree you actually have. This is how to maintain it. These are some of the things you look for. And so just having that as a resource, I think that should be a part of any plan that we have moving forward. But I really want to make sure that, that we start talking about that.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Perfect. Another part that will come back to community enhancement that usually goes along with the basic tree ordinances are recommended trees. San Carlos has recently gone through this. They've got a tree list. I disagree with their comment on redwoods, but we're a different microclimate. So MCAC will go back and look at tree species, working with arborists that do well in our microclimate, so that aren't invasive, that don't lift sidewalks as much as possible. Like apparently there's a magnolia tree that doesn't lift sidewalks, but the ones that we've got all over Millbrae are the ones that lift sidewalks. So we're going to try to, over time, come up with better trees that fit the urban environment on that. So that's all going to be phased in over time if we can just get this ordinance off the to-do list.
Okay.
And Mayor, I have a bunch of specifics to the ordinance after public comment.
Sure. Okay, we'll do that. But just one quick comment, and then I want to open up to public comment here. What was the result of the public outreach effort?
We had one resident attend the last two CEAC meetings. There were different residents that chimed in, but they didn't express objections to the proposed ordinance.
Okay, but it sounds like we have not done sort of a broader outreach.
No, we will, and I think what would be a good idea is to put a notice in the paper, for example, when this comes back to council, that sort of outreach, make sure it gets in the city newsletter and our typical channels to get the word out.
Okay.
Or maybe a town hall.
Town hall meeting, I was thinking more along those
Even
lines.
bring it back and get the
We
feedback.
could certainly schedule a neighborhood or a citywide meeting on the
Exactly.
tree ordinance.
Not necessarily
before coming
newspapers so
back.
much, but just try to get the neighbors, in discussing this item. Okay. Anything else, or would like to take this after public comment? Elaine, please.
The first speaker is Luis Valgas. If you could please accept the unmute.
Yes, this is Louise Velasquez Tully. I really think some parts of this are very much overreach. I think the fees should be more in line with San Bruno rather than some of the other cities, which are pretty high. And with a large elderly population here, I think you'd be discouraging people from taking care of their trees. And the part where if a tree falls over where you're going to call the police or fire department, an example is my neighbor right down the hill and in back of us on Lassoin had a tree fall across her driveway during one of the big storms last winter. She couldn't find anybody to come get it, and she couldn't get her car out. And since we have a tree care company, I was able to get them out to help her. I can't imagine in the middle of the crazy windstorm, rainstorm, asking public safety to come to someone's private residence and deign that the tree is okay to take out. And I want you guys to consider this. We're a tree city. Belmont has a annual Arbor Day community planting and an annual tree giveaway where people can apply for trees that are appropriate, like native and drought-tolerant trees. So think about making it more encouraging and working your way into this rather than legislating what people have in their backyard and exactly what's going on everywhere. The last thing is that we have a lot of eucalyptus lining 280 on Vallejo, and then on the side that's on our north side near San Bruno. And I'm not sure if the council is aware, but the corridor on 280 on the other side, on the west side, is a high fire risk area. So is the park in San Bruno that's adjacent to Millbrae is a very high fire risk area filled with eucalyptus. And many communities have been doing mitigation measures, have applied to the County of San Mateo for funds, and our city should be thinking about that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? City Clerk.
No other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back. Councilwoman?
So Mayor, may I, for behalf of the speaker, just to give some knowledge there. So eucalyptus trees are exempt in our proposed ordinance, and we do have quite a bit of eucalyptus trees that have been removed and replanted with oak trees, especially along the
Less
spur trail
invasive
and that.
trees.
Correct, yeah. And really, I mean, I think there will be a time where the eucalyptus are, they're not native, they're very hazardous, high fire. And so we are aggressively removing eucalyptus trees throughout the city.
Okay, thank you. Council member.
And businesses, reducing the need for air conditioning, slowing traffic. You do have improving physical and mental health. New data right now is saying that people being able to see green things, and especially trees, actually helps them heal more quickly. So lots of new data about that. Again, under findings, very specific for us, reduce noise and absorbs particulate pollution, of which we are heavily impacted by PM parts per million, smaller than 2.5. New US EPA findings just came out, but the airport hits us with a lot of PM 2.5 and smaller, goes deep into the lungs, creates asthma. Under the ABCDE, I would like to see more specific, an F that talks about climate damage goals, reducing ambient air temperatures, blah, 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 on that. So it's basically adding a climate change component, then it's consistent with our climate change ordinance, or climate change goals.
A reference to the climate action plan.
Yeah, climate action plan. And then a G that would say, and encourage replacement of lost city street trees and trees removed by other public agencies. So it's the encouragement focus on that page. And we didn't get into this level of micro details at the MCAC meeting last week, so my apologies. And then on page 8, at the very bottom, it's the ordinance number, page 5, just before. I think it's part of attachment 1. There's this line here that says, pollarding a protected tree constitutes pruning and requires prior approval of a tree permit. So
yeah.
I think we need to remove that.
I forgot to remove that because the
That's what I figured.
CEC said to ban pollarding. Thank you for
But
pointing
again,
that out.
if Jean Perry, who lives in Marina Vista, is listening, I agree. She brought up pollarding in the backyard. I agree with her. I think, you know, what people do with their trees in the backyard, that's their business, as long as they're maintaining them. Pollarding is one thing.
I appreciate that catch. I can't believe I missed that. Thank you.
Can I blame the city manager? He told me to do it. He's not smiling. Page 9. I think this is where, oh wait. Page 9. Street trees. We talk about the ratio of replacement of trees based on their diameter, but street trees, so if you're talking about one of the big sycamore trees, if one of them has to come out, we really only want to replace it with one other tree, correct? Not 3, 4, 5 trees.
It would be discretionary in the public right away.
Okay, so we talked about this at MCAC, and I don't know if it needs an actual V of 5 that's more specific to the replacement of street trees.
What page was that again?
It's page 10 of the staff report and page 7 of the ordinance.
Okay.
And it's right at the top. It goes Roman numeral, little Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I would just add a 5 specific to street trees.
Oh, okay. That was in the paragraph in the.
Yeah, I would just make it really clear in there too that it's not, for the public to understand, there are some people that live on corners and they may have 8 street trees, or they may need to replace 8 street trees. So it can be a lot if you're on a big corner lot, especially in the Highlands neighborhood. And then on page 12, under A, I just had a question. It says that if someone wants to do a significant tree trimming in their backyard, that they go to community development and that the neighbors have 10 days to do an appeal. I wasn't sure how that would work.
That's actually the same language as in the current ordinance. So we left that as is.
Okay. I don't think we've ever done it, enforced it, or done anything in Millbrae. I have seen it done when I lived in Mountain View.
We very rarely but get appeals, but on occasion we do.
But I think you explained it really well in your overview, that it's to make sure that if I'm cutting down, like my neighbor have 3 big redwood trees, if they just start hacking it and it falls into my house, that's a concern on that. And then moving on to page 13, under H, it's the pollarding argument again. And there it says, for pollarding any tree on public or private property, I'm okay with removing it from private property.
Oh, so you're okay with allowing pollarding on public?
The hardest thing right now, we've had so many people, the city wanted us to pollard the sycamore trees. So for decades, we pollarded sycamore trees. And now we want the trees to go back to nature and provide that shade. So we've got people who see pollarded trees and then think they can pollard trees. So we're in this chicken and an egg, what's going to come first. So let's worry about pollarding on public trees.
Okay.
And not worry so much, and again, in respect to Jean Perry's comment, that somebody wants to pollard a tree in the backyard. It turns out in France, they pollarded trees so that they could create wood to make thatched roofs, or something like that, right, Mr. Morganson?
Yeah, it was a harvest methodology.
Yeah, so nothing that we do nowadays. At the end of page 10, the penalties when public utilities cut down trees without getting permission ahead of time. How do we protect ourselves from the 2 years we had to fight PG&E over those Richmond trees?
Wow, that's an answer I couldn't give you here.
Okay, so I would just put it on the to-do list on that, because we have had a hard time with Caltrain and PG&E on that.
Yeah, we do have that provision in the ordinance, though, about, requiring them to get a broad annual permit to keep us in the loop of what they're up to.
That's all my comments specific on the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Anything else from anyone? Did you have enough direction? And we also took some public comment, obviously. It's requesting. The action is to provide direction to the staff. And feedback regarding the city draft tree protections and urban forestry ordinance in the attachment 1. So, all right.
Well, Mayor, I just want to balance expectations here. So there was some conversation about, before we bring this back, have additional public outreach.
Yes.
And so we will do that if that's a concurrence of the council. Look at less punitive, more encouragement.
Right.
In the ordinance.
We want to make sure also
Fees are balanced.
fees are balanced. We want to make sure that there's no unintended consequences in part of the ordinance.
Yeah, I was going to say then an ordinance that specifies private property versus public property.
Yeah, I heard a few comments about front yard versus backyard.
So I think, so let me try to clarify that. I think I have an issue with limiting what people can or cannot do with their private tree within private property, as in homeowners, not governmental agencies or public entities, right? Like another jurisdiction like SFO or other, for example. So we just need to be extremely surgical about this ordinance here. I'm all for protecting trees that are in the public right-of-way, as well as other utility-owned land and other jurisdiction-owned property, for example. But when it comes to homeowners, what a front yard or backyard within their own private property, within their own, little 6,000 square foot lot, we got to make sure that we're not infringing on someone else's right. So that's kind of where I'm coming from in terms of a direction. But go ahead.
With respect to the mayor, I'm looking at, it's almost the last page of it's page 14 of the ordinance, 8.60.160, emergency work on protected trees. And I think what Mr. Mogensen said is, it is in the city's interest if there are some trees that could be approaching dangerousness. And I don't know if any of you get those phone calls, but I get the phone call from the resident saying, hey, my neighbor's tree, it's scaring me, it's tilting towards my house. So in that case, this ordinance would give us the ability to go look and see if that is a dangerous tree on that, even though it's on private property.
Okay, I got
regardless of whose private property. So it's a health and safety issue then.
I got that. So I guess, to that point, if there is an emergency situation or pending emergency situation.
There's a whole section on emergency here that gives people the right to take care of themselves.
I gotcha. So, if there is a certain life safety issues at stake, for example, let's say, we're expecting 2 weeks of high wind and rain and storm, and then there's trees already dangling, some really heavy branches. Yes, action needs to be taken to protect the lives and safety of the residents around it. I don't think there's any disagreement to that. What I'm trying to get at is I want to make sure we don't infringe into property rights where if someone wants to maintain their tree in a certain way or take down their tree in a certain way or prune their tree in a certain way within their own front or backyard completely within private property, we just got to be extremely careful about that. We don't want to, infringe on someone else's private property.
I would only add, the problem with over pruning a tree or mispruning can make a tree more prone to falling. But that's part of our public education, how to properly trim a tree, how to make sure that it's balanced, that it doesn't get to that point of tipping. So we can do that with public education.
But I think it also goes to the requirement of having a licensed,
Yeah, and following the ANSI
professional.
300 standards
Correct.
for how you maintain that tree.
So if we leave those in, but what I want to get to is, if I may, and I know time is.
Yeah, time is.
It sounds like preservation of the streetscape, right? Street trees, canopy, public rights of way, and the goal is to maintain that streetscape, right? When you go up Hillcrest, right, and you see the trees, or you're in Bayside Manor, a lot of trees have been, hacked, and a lot of them need to be replaced as a result. So avoid that, for lack of a better word, I hate to be crude here, the hacking of trees without city review or a licensed contractor, right, that damages the trees over time. So preserves those, replaces those.
But those are all public right-of-way trees.
Reforestation, these are all in the public right-of-way.
Right.
Yeah, and then what I'm thinking is maybe there's something in these very large trees, because I do know that there are properties that have 100-year oak trees, and they provide, shade or maybe deserve preservation, but maybe there's something between a heritage tree and 10 inches that, we define as, if this is the case, I think it's rare. And even if it's on private property, then that requires a permit. I can think of a couple of properties I know of that have very large oak trees.
Yes.
That if you took those down, it would be just
Yeah.
a dire, mistake.
Yeah, I think, for those cases that had to be exceptionally significant to the point where it needs destination before we get there. But anything over 10 inch, I think it's a bit, that's too broad.
Maybe it's 36 inch, or I don't know exactly. We'd have to go out and measure and go, okay, this is the type of tree we're talking about. I have no idea what the trunk is. But then maybe there's that combination. So it's on private property, it's very unique.
Yes.
They don't have to declare it a heritage tree, because heritage trees are very, very unique.
Yeah.
But large enough and significant enough that then will require a permit from the city. So it's not everything. We do a better, like somebody said, a surgical ordinance that we measure the trunk. And it's not just 10 inches, and it's not a heritage tree. It's somewhere in between, but on the very large scale.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I forgot. Another thing that was discussed at MCAC's meeting is, once this is on its way, they're going to go back and begin to survey Millbrae, most likely on public lands, and identify heritage trees. So, for example, the row of redwood trees at Central Park, the Nadia Holaber tree that was planted for Mayor Holaber, who died in office, at Mosta Grove on there. It could be some of the oak trees along the spur trail. It probably won't be those 3 eucalyptus at the beginning of the spur trail at Magnolia, but we've talked about saving them because they provide so much shade right now. So as we transition, but that list of heritage trees will come back to council for discussion and approval. So nobody's saying, oh, suddenly that big tree in your backyard is a heritage tree. There'll be a process for identifying heritage trees and a public process for that.
I think that's a fair comment. All right, so time is of the essence. We had another item after this. It's 10:41. Did you have enough direction moving forward here? Yes or no?
I think so.
More community engagement, more outreach.
And bring back for a discussion that is not punitive.
Not punitive, more encouragement, and with the objective of streetscape, street canopy, the public rights of way, but still protecting.
Climate change.
Climate change, yeah.
Traffic calming.
You good? All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 10, waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance amending Article, it's 17, is that? 18, excuse me. Millbrae Station Area, Specific Plan Development Impact Fee, Section 1005, 1856, and Article 31. Development impact fees, Section 1005, 3120.c of Title 10, Planning and Zoning of Millbrae Municipal Code, authorizing the City Council by resolution to postpone automatic increases to the development impact fee for a period of up to 3 years, applicable to SB 330 project only. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, talking to the city attorney here.
I know.
I would like to introduce Mr. Harry Burrows, a contract project manager for the city, for the staff presentation.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank
Burrow?
you, Tom. Those are tough acts to follow, parking and trees, and now we get to talk about fees. Good evening, Mayor Fung, Vice Mayor Goodman, and members of the City Council. As Tom said, I'm Harry Burrows, project manager for the city. Item before you tonight is to waive the first reading and introduce an ordinance amending sections of the Millbrae Municipal Code that are noted here on the screen to postpone the automatic adjustments to the development impact fee. And to help frame the discussion here tonight and give some perspective for the rationale of seeking a fee adjustment postponement, let's take a moment to review the current residential development housing climate. Next slide, please. I think we're all aware that the state of California has declared a housing crisis. The State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, mandates that cities approve and ensure the delivery of new housing. The state legislature has also recently passed a plethora of bills in recent years to encourage and support new housing, most notably SB 35 and SB 330. Our housing element and our regional housing needs assessment, the RHNA, both include recently planned and approved projects within the city of Millbrae. In light of this overall climate, developers today are facing numerous challenges that impact their projects' feasibility and their ability to bring these projects to fruition. Next slide, please. So across the Bay Area and the state, both pending and approved projects are becoming less feasible due to the combination of factors that include high interest rates, increased construction costs, and stricter lending requirements. Additionally, developers are finding it harder to find equity partners for their projects, as the equity partners can find good returns and less risky investments. For example, today's environment treasury bills. Let's also take a look at the recent and current projects that are planned within the city. Next slide, please. So obviously, we've got the recently completed Gateway at Millbrae Station project. That project delivered 400 residential units, 100 affordable, very low-income units. We also have the recently approved 1100 El Camino Real site. That's the El Rancho property. That's approved for 384 multifamily units. And then the 959 El Camino Real project that's now renamed One Meadow Glen. That's been approved for 284 residential units, over 17,000 square foot of retail and commercial, and a new public plaza that anchors the northern end of the downtown. Next slide, please. This slide just shows renderings of both of those projects. The One Meadow Glen project is on the top. That's on the Office Depot site. And then the rendering below is the 1100 El Camino Real project proposed by Anton Development. Next slide, please. To both assist projects in getting over the hurdles I mentioned earlier, as well as to incentivize new housing, we've looked at the potential of freezing the development fee adjustments and postponing their increases for a period of up to 3 years. What this will accomplish is to provide certainty to the development community in terms of the project's financing. Our current development impact fees are indexed to the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index and are subject to annual adjustments based upon the change in this index. These fees have increased anywhere from 5 to 8% in recent years, and where they have historically averaged closer to 2%. As precedent for considering this action tonight, we note that the City of San Francisco last year lowered their impact fees by over 30%, and imposed a nominal escalation for a period of up to 3 years. Other municipalities across the state have also taken or are considering similar actions. Next slide, please. The proposal before you tonight would not lower any of the current impact fees, just postpone any adjustments for a period of up to 3 years. This would be applicable to the current and future SB 330 projects, both citywide as well as within the MSASP, the Millbrae Station Area Specific Plan area. So we currently in the city have two different impact fees in place, one specifically related to the MSASP and another is citywide. So that's the reason this item addresses both of them. The two current major projects, as I mentioned, the 1100 El Camino Real and the One Meadow Glen project are both SB 330 projects. The Anton project, 1100 El Camino Real, their impact fees are established by a settlement agreement between the city and Anton and would not be subject to this action. The only current project that would be applicable to this would be the One Meadow Glen project at 959 El Camino Real. So this concludes brief staff presentation. We recommend that City Council waive the first reading and introduce the ordinance for adoption. In addition to staff here tonight, if there's any questions, there is a representative here from High Street Residential, the developer of the One Meadow Glen project, should you have any additional questions as well.
Thank you for sticking behind. Questions from this council? Comments? Anyone?
Approval. Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I have some questions. Please don't make any assumptions. I just want to ask these questions, please. There's, based on the numbers here, we're looking at either, I think, 13.4 million in 2021 in fees, correct? And then through 2023 or through today, the amount of 15.3.
Through the end of 2023.
Through the end of 23. And so my question is, this is for myself and the public, why were these annual automatic increases put into place?
So they are based upon...
just the motivation behind it.
You want to...
Well, no, yeah, so every year costs go up, right?
No, I understand that. I'm just asking, what was the motivation behind it?
Motivation behind it was to keep current with current costs, so labor costs, material costs.
That's what I'm asking
transportation costs. Yeah, so we don't get behind. So in 2024, we're not paying 2021, we're not collecting 2021 fees to pay $2024.
Right. And then you would assume, if High Street is here, if High Street wants to answer this question, when you consider the development, those assumptions are made that you have, you're making this tremendous investment, that as a part of that, you're doing your due diligence, you're having your finances looked at worst case scenario, best case scenario. Was this considered, that the current market of finances could happen? So I don't know if that's for you or High Street. So either of you can answer that if someone from High Street is here to answer.
I'd prefer to defer that question directly.
That's fine.
For High Street.
Okay. Want to come up to the mic? Yeah.
I'm Brian Pianca with High Street Residential. Appreciate everyone on the council, Mayor Fong, for hearing us out on this very important matter tonight. Councilmember Goodwin, with regards to your question, yes, we did consider the cost of the fees going in. I think one thing that's unique in this case is, as staff mentioned, typically the fees have gone up over the last 10 years in line with inflation, which has been more like 2 to 3%. The cost increases that we saw in 2001, 2002 respectively were 8% and I think 5.6%. Those are significantly above and beyond what we typically see. In addition to that, this project actually, the impact fees were adopted in 2020. This project submitted a pre-application in 2020, but didn't get to a deemed complete SB 330 application in 2021. So we were kind of coming in around the same time as the fees were introduced. So that was also another factor that made it hard to predict exactly what we're going to be faced with. This project actually was conceived on our end, but didn't make it into the city until after those fees were adopted.
Okay, thank you. And then these fees, this is back to the city, the fees once collected, how are they utilized? Are they in general fund? Are they, you can speak to that.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So development impact fees are paid to mitigate the impact of the new development. And so let's say that, there's increased traffic from the new development. So this is the fair share cost for street
Streets.
improvements,
Yeah.
or sewer improvements, or water improvements, or storm drain improvements. And so there's a very detailed set of what's called nexus studies pursuant to state
So
law.
paving streets, things like that might be a part of this if it was.
No, it's all
increased
capital.
impact.
It's not operation and maintenance, so it's all capital improvement. So for example, the lion's share
So
of,
if if there's potholes or street damage, that's
this
not
does not
considered.
cover it, does not cover it. So another way of it is, let's say, for example, our standard is 3 acres of park per 1,000 population.
Right.
So the park impact fees are based on if
No, I'm
you're-
just, I totally get it, but I think for the public's understanding, these fees go to infrastructure, correct?
They go to capital cost that the development
And some
has an
examples of the
impact
capital
on, so they pay
cost.
their fair share of mitigating the impact.
Right.
And there's 2 ways to do it. We can either condition a project to build a park, or we can collect the fee. If a project builds a park, then we don't collect the fee.
Okay.
If a project, for example, increases the size of a water line, and they do that capital improvement, then
Would
we
that
also
be,
don't, we don't
would that
collect.
be the full 13 million would go towards,
The development impact fees based on park, traffic, this is an aggregated of all of the different line
the different
items.
impacts?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a total impact fee.
And so if we were to approve this amendment tonight, what we're locking in is 13.5 versus and that's going back to 2021 almost, and not the 13, or not the 15.3, that's through 2023. Why are we doing it retroactively?
Part of the rationale for that is that the project was vested, its rights were vested at the time that the application was submitted under SB 330. And the fees, except for impact fees, are also vested at that point in time. Impact fees, the legislation allows the cities to apply an escalation factor to those. It's not a mandatory escalation. It's up to the purview of the individual municipality.
Right. Okay. And then are we opening ourselves up to any, and I think you already touched on that, as far as any additional city exposure? You're saying that there's only 2 projects. One project was already considered, but we have some type of agreement already, correct? So that project will not be impacted by this waiver or this amendment, correct?
Yes, that's correct. But that's not to say that if you did put it in place for up to a 3-year period, that next year another project couldn't come in and would be subject to this if it's an SB 330 project.
Okay.
But it would then be applicable to.
No, I was just referring to someone else that will say, hey, we didn't get that benefit. So that's what I'm saying. So we're not open to any type of legal exposure based on this amendment?
No, so long as you consistently apply it during
That
the
3-year
three-year
period.
period
Correct.
to SB 330 projects that are approved. I mean, it would have to be consistent. You're absolutely right.
Okay. And then lastly, the High Street, would you consider, and I don't know if it's been discussed, or is there some consideration of tying this to your profit margin? You know, if your profit margin is, say, 20%, and you're maintaining that 20% with this benefit, whereas the city is really taking a hit. You're saying that it's not a fiscal impact, but there really is a fiscal impact. Had the project been completed, we would have seen an additional $1.8 million. So has your profit margin been adjusted?
Sorry, hold on. Yeah, go ahead, come up. But come up, go ahead, get ready. But just I want to make sure that we fully vetted its questions out. I just want to do a little time check because we're about.
Yeah, that's my last question.
Oh, yeah, but then Councilmember Schneider also has something. So
Okay.
can I ask for the council for 15 minutes extension? Yes. 11:15?
Motion to extend council meeting by 15. You sure you just want 30? Take the stress off?
I want.
15 minutes it
I think
is.
it's more stressful to be 11:30. So
Second.
11:15? Okay.
You need a second?
Go ahead.
Has to be voted.
I think we have a second from Ms. Cahalan, right?
Has to be voted.
Okay, go ahead. City attorney, the city clerk, excuse me.
All right. Councilmember Snyder.
Aye.
Councilmember Poppin.
Yes.
Councilmember Cahalan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman.
Yes.
Mayor Fung.
Aye.
The
Okay,
meeting is extended to 11:15 by a vote
11:15.
5-0.
thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. As it relates to the profit margin, I think, one of the reasons why we're asking for the increase is that, in order to get these projects capital, the return expectations from our equity partners are just so much higher. And that relates not only to needing a higher return on their equity when they can go and invest in a CD and get 5%, which used to be the return that we got for developing a multifamily project. Those alternatives look a lot more attractive. So were we to tie it to a profit margin, that's not something that would work for us, our investors, unfortunately. I understand the ask, but it's just the expectation now that the margin, they need to make sure they're making a larger margin in order to be investing in a risky asset class now.
Okay. No, I just think it's prudent for us to ask the question.
Sure.
Versus not asking and then just assuming that this is no fault of our own, but yet and still the impact on our development fees is going to be decreased. So those are the questions. Thank you for answering them and entertaining them for city staff as well as High Street.
I think the question is, if this is not done, is your project feasible? Would you move forward with the project?
Currently, it's not
my
feasible.
questions.
That's what I'm saying for not for you, but
Yes.
Yeah.
so there's no confusion.
Right.
The question is, without incentivizing housing, would
Right.
your project not be feasible and would you not build your project?
Currently, it's not. We expected to be under construction a year ago, and we're not there. We're processing our plans in order to put ourselves in a position to be under construction, hopefully later this year, but currently it's not.
And I guess for the benefit, just for the public good, you probably didn't anticipate 6, 7%, 5% interest on your money on the pro forma on the feasibility of this. And I'm trying to educate the council and the community of the variables within the market that have elevated itself in the last couple of years that nobody anticipated. And that those are the variables, and there's several of them that make residential projects not feasible. And so we're trying to incentivize that residential development through this tool. Is that? Nope.
I certainly understand. I want to make sure the public also understand, but in the interest of time, Councilwoman Schneider.
I'm thank you for the Vice Mayor's correction. I'm looking forward to this. I have my sledgehammer ready for the public. This is 278 housing units, 26 are low affordable. And the longer we wait, the more that property is only paying the really old property tax. So the sooner this gets built, the more we start accruing additional other fees that will help offset that loss of developer fees. We don't like to do it, but again, my sledgehammer is ready. So I would love to make a motion to approve this first reading.
Okay, all right. Ms. Cahay.
So waive
One
the
second.
first reading.
One second. We have a motion, but we also have Ms. Cahalan who want to make a comment or question.
I just had one question. What other measures are you all taking to help get you closer to feasibility in addition to this?
Yeah, so we've been working, on our project design, things we could do to reduce cost in the structure itself. I think there has been some good news in that because residential construction has slowed down so much over the course of the last 18 months. We are starting to see some cost relief, which I think is a good thing for future supply, and working to really, get as much out of that cost relief as we can.
But we do want to maintain integrity in the design and the quality of the project.
Yes, those are things that
I want to make sure you don't walk away with.
Are behind the walls.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's important to understand that, first of all, the impact fee, when is it due? Is it just before the occupancy? Or is?
No, it's at issuance of occupancy permit.
So issuance of occupancy permit?
Correct.
Right, so which is at the tail end of the project before the first person moves in, that's when the fees are due.
That is correct.
Right, and then the nexus to that is the fees that we charge, it's tied to the amount of increase in terms of population based on the development that brings in. What is it, 300 and, how many units again?
278.
278, and how much, what is the maximum occupancy you expect as a result of that 278?
I think what we analyzed in the planning process was in the low 400s.
Okay, just about 400. So it's anticipation of additional 400 headcounts within our city. What would it mean to our sewer? What would it mean to our water? What would it mean to our road? What would it mean to our parks? And that's what these impact fee is for. It's the impact of the increase of population. So I just want to make sure everybody understands. And these fees are not due, and these infrastructure are not necessarily done until people begins to move in. And we see the impact actually exist, then we perform these work that needs to be done.
Right, and it just goes for capital, not operation and maintenance. So if we wanted to say add another firefighter.
The increase of capacity.
Correct.
Yeah.
Only capital.
All right, Ms. Peppin, you said you have a second?
I had a second, yes, sir.
Okay.
You got to
Yes.
restate the motion because I think it was for, oh, go ahead.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the ordinance. So I won't have to do that if you wait to make your motion. It's pretty clear that what we're looking at is to give the council by resolution the authority to suspend the automatic increase going back or going forward. Now, in the law, when you talk about retroactivity, you have to be really clear that's what you're talking about. So I was thinking that we should, in both sections of our ordinance, we are amending both section 10.05 1865 and 10.05 3120. And in both cases, we're adding that second sentence. The first sentence says that our impact fees automatically increase within 60 days of the beginning of a fiscal year. That's what the first sentence says. And then the second sentence says that the council, by resolution, will have the authority to suspend that application of the escalation of fee. Right now, our fee is whatever it is, and that was established within the first 60 days of this fiscal year. So what I would like to add is that second sentence should read, the city council may postpone retroactively or prospectively the application of this annual increase for a period of up to 3 years for projects subject to SB 330. Just to make clear, you can go back or forward. I think when you read this sentence, it's not so clear to me that what the intention is here is to go back. Does that make sense to you? Because that first sentence makes very clear that the automatic increase has already happened for this fiscal year. I mean, that's where we are. And what we are trying to give you is the flexibility and authority to go back and undo what's already in place.
Correct.
So if the record could reflect that in that second sentence for both of those sections, it will say the city council may postpone retroactively or prospectively the application of this annual increase for a period of up to 3 years. That will give you, by resolution that we'll have to bring back to you once you enact this ordinance, the ability to go back or forward for 3 years.
Thank you for that clarification.
Does that make sense?
Does the motion maker accept this friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay, any further comments?
Second, also
Just a
accepts.
question. So does the clock start in 2021 if we're going back to 2021?
Well, it seems to me that this language would allow you to go back up to 3 years. So if
And then does that mean that the clock starts, so?
you could suspend retroactively the increase in 23, 22, or 21.
But for the numbers that we're looking at, that's going back to 21.
We're looking to go back to
And
21.
so 3 years from 21 is coming up as well. So if it doesn't happen, do we bring it back for?
If I may, I believe the intent for this project is to freeze it at the 21 level.
Okay, and then we could.
And then for subsequent 3 years, and as the mayor was saying, you know, it's, the fee gets paid at the time of occupancy.
Right.
This gives them a chance to build the project.
So it locks it in at the 2020 rate.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what happens
That's
after that.
exactly
Okay,
what I think we intend.
okay.
And if they don't finish within these 3 years, that could re-escalate, correct?
Correct.
That's the carrot and the stick approach.
Right, that's what I was
I mean,
asking.
we can make it really clear, yeah.
That's right.
Well, that's what I'm asking then.
Yes.
If you're saying if it doesn't get done within that 3 years, that 3 years started in 2021.
Correct.
So it won't be completed by the end of
No, it won't
2024.
be completed.
So using, your logic, that I don't think that's clear.
It isn't clear. Um, You know, actually, I wasn't clear that we were looking to go back. I was under the impression we were looking to stall any further increases going forward. That's what I thought, and I'm sorry because I didn't work with Harry on this. But I think that what we're saying here is, with this language, you could go back or forward, and maybe we could have a resolution. I don't know when the project is expected to be complete for occupancy, because that's when it's due.
Well, they're looking to start late 2024. So if they're looking.
Start construction.
Yeah.
So occupancy won't take place for another.
Right.
At least 2 years.
So we need to figure that out.
2 years.
Right.
Let's.
High Street?
So with regards to timing, yes, we are looking to start later this year. It takes about 2.5 years roughly to build the project. The way the impact fee ordinance currently works is that you can either pay it up front or you can defer it all the way to the end of the project. So, if we're in a situation where we're close to finishing, but not quite there, we
just have to pay it.
We simply pay it.
Okay.
Yeah. So hopefully that helps this discussion.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the motivator.
Yes, that's right.
So they
And
can
therefore
prepay.
committing them to finish the project
Yeah, 'cause
as
it's
quickly
paid.
as possible.
Right. Okay, I like it.
Yes. Any public comments? I don't see any hand raised online. I don't have any speaker slips, certainly. Closing public comment.
Call for question.
Yes, please. Call the question.
Yes.
City Clerk.
Councilmember Snyder?
Aye.
Councilmember Pappen?
Yes.
Councilman Cahalan?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Aye.
Mayor Fung?
Aye.
All right, item number 10 passed by a vote of 5 to 10. 5 to 0.
And for the record, why I had some trepidation in my face is, do we know who made the motion in the second?
Snyder.
Yes,
Okay, I just wanna-
Councilwoman Schneider, make motion.
Measure
And
twice, cut once. I
Councilmember
just wanted to
Pappen.
make sure that doesn't
Okay.
become an issue.
All right, in the interest of time, 10:09, we got about 6 minutes left. 1 minute council comment per council member, please. Who wants to go first? Okay.
I just wanted to follow up on the young people's request for reusable foodware in restaurants. It's come to MCAC. It's not currently in MCAC's work plan to look at that, and the trees are taking it up, but it may be considered in the next year's work plan because we're almost there. And Councilwoman Pappen, San Mateo Transit Authority has an interactive map of transit funding and a map, Caltrans has a map of all of the solar charging stations, and Millbrae is one of the few in San Mateo County listed, but it only lists the library, so we need to work and get our other plants in there. There's some really cool websites coming online.
Thank you. Who's next? Ms. Cahalan, would you like to go?
Just a couple committee report outs. We had the SFO roundtable meeting. The first meeting went very well. I believe I'll be joining the ground-based noise legislation and work plan subcommittee, so continuing Millbrae's work there. They did a great presentation on advanced air mobility, which is aircraft that uses advanced technologies such as electric aircraft or non-pilot aircrafts. And so there's a lot of policy making that's coming with that soon, and the roundtable and the community will have opportunities to put voice in that. The roundtable will be doing several more educational sessions on that. So for folks who are interested, keep an eye out for those to log in and join and watch. Also, the Youth Advisory Committee, had my first meeting with them. They are a fantastic group. They're doing great on their work plan. They all came in, reported out on their projects. They had answers for everything. They were the most prepared and efficient meeting I have been to since not just council, but my work life too. 30 minutes. They've got everything done. So they'll have more details on their programs and projects coming soon. So I look forward to sharing their programs and events when they come up.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the young people that were part of public comment today, ycats.org. I would love to see them work with our youth commission, our youth committee. And I'd love to actually, we had 3 specific requests for agenda items. So I would love to make an official request for, to acknowledge those 3. One being reducing single-use foodware. The other addressing potentially doing an evaluation of our district elections, as well as acknowledging the request for an at-large mayor. And then also a ceasefire resolution, humanitarian resolution for this council to consider. I'd like to request those 3 items within the appropriate time through all the right channels to make sure that that comes before this body.
Thank you. Ms. Pappen.
Thank you. First off, happy Fat Tuesday. Millbrae Television is healthy and strong. Good thing. Senior Advisory Committee had their Valentine's Day lunch today, which was very well attended. They're also doing a transit study, and the age-friendly funding Measure K from the Board of Supervisors is now available. Hopefully, we will be submitting a request for part of that funding to continue our age-friendly program. MTC is looking at housing bond and details to be pursued later. Also funding transit in the future. There was a worldwide flight attendant day of action today all over different airports. And I think we did have some local passing. I don't have the names with me, but if we could, Elaine, work on who has passed recently. There was a big funeral here in the city, a couple of them. So if we could look at that. And as far as the Vice Mayor's requests here, I would ask that we have met with some of the members of our Palestinian community here, and I just am concerned. We've offered doing a vigil, which I think is very respectful here, but as I've seen other cities do, resolutions can be very difficult. We know in San Bruno, some staff was threatened. There's also been an increase in both hostilities on both sides after these measures are taken up. I do believe there's an alternative as submitting a letter of support out there. It's just when you open these things up to the public, we can't always, there's free speech on all sides, and it can be something that I don't think either side wishes to pursue. So I think we should discuss this further. We do want to be respectful and supportive of the community here, but we have, again, looked at what happened in other cities. So let's take this into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll be real quick, and I get your closing statement there. Thank you, Self-Help for the Elderly, for organizing the Lunar New Year celebration and the Valentine's Day celebration this afternoon. It was excellent. Lunar New Year celebration on this Saturday, beginning at 10 a.m. Please, it will be a great festivity. We're a city of festival. Please come on out and celebrate with all of us. But I think we're running out of time here, and Ms. Councilwoman Schneider have a closing comment?
One comment. You're our representative to CCAG, right?
I am.
CCAG Bike Pedestrian Advisory Committee will be meeting next week to vote on the 11 grant submittals. If CCAG is asking for $200,000 off the top, if they don't take that, we can fund all of the grant submittals on that. And just kind of a point, during the OBAG funding last year, CCAG took $2 million out of the $34 million. So it'll come to us to vote, and then it will come to you to vote. Just be aware of the money that CCAG staff is pulling out of these funding mechanisms. With that, thank you, Mayor, for that. I forgot, you're our new representative, right?
Yes.
Okay. The mayor has given me the permission to close in honor of Lois Marie Agresti and Michael William Newell. They're both very active in the Italian Catholic Federation here in Millbrae and at St. Dunstan's. And I went to school with one, and my sister went to school with Miss Agresti's children. So sort of the generations are passing on, and thoughts and prayers with friends and family.
I adjourn this meeting at 11:17 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
Recording.